statements moving. So thank you, Chairman Latta, and the members of the committee for your legislative work to unleash American energy and make our electric grid more reliable and affordable. Today, the full committee has taken up 13 bills that will lead to the production of more American energy, remove regulatory burdens to electric generation, and help us win the race to power AI for the good of the country. We have had multiple hearings this Congress already, during which we have heard that the U.S. must be able to power our technology future. For the U.S. to win the AI race, we must produce significantly more 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week power to run AI and data centers. We heard from witnesses that not all electrons are one-for-one substitute, and that we should not be taking baseload power plants offline without sufficient and comparable replacements. I remind my colleagues, if AI data centers running the world's most advanced models could run only on wind and solar power, they would be doing so. To fuel American energy abundance, lower prices for American households, and to make the U.S. more energy secure, the bills before us today addresses obstacles to an efficient and cost-effective infrastructure development. This important legislation also identifies opportunities to expand our refining capacity, to improve our hydropower permitting process, secure energy supply chains, increase LNG exports, and streamline the permitting of natural gas pipelines. In addition, the bills before us today will ensure timely interconnection of dispatchable resources and rightly place the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, as a federal authority on reliability to prevent a future Clean Power Plan 3.0. And I am sincerely disappointed that more of these bills are not bipartisan, because I know that all of us agree that winning the AI race and guaranteeing we have sufficient amounts of the right kind of power, I know that we all agree on that, and it shouldn't be a partisan issue. I agree that wind and solar should be part of our overall strategy. But I disagree with the idea that wind and solar storage is going to provide the type of power needed to run AI data centers. Most energy experts and the technology companies themselves have not supported that approach, either because wind and solar with storage do not provide the necessary reliability. Time is of the essence, and I hope my Democratic colleagues will recognize the critical importance of this issue. I know you do, and I know we will work together, and I will put my sincere effort to everyone on the committee that we will work together, because I know we all together want to put our country first and beat China in the race to AI dominance. Thank you, and I yield back. I recognize the ranking member, Congressman Pallone from New Jersey, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the committee is marking up a series of energy bills. All but one of these bills will make our electric grid more expensive, less reliable, and frankly, dirtier. Last month, when we marked up the Republicans' big ugly bill, there were 4 provisions that created pay-to-play schemes. One of the provisions allowed big oil and gas to simply buy whatever permit they want. Another provision allowed natural gas producers to ship American LNG abroad, including to adversaries like China, so long as the company paid $1 million for the pleasure. And as of this week, there are 0 pay-to-play provisions in the bill after the Senate parliamentarian nixed the final one earlier this week. So now Republicans are trying to move these bills to regular order to achieve those same schemes. It's time for Republicans to get serious and realize that real permitting reform must include transmission and clean energy and must be bipartisan. But today we aren't seeing much bipartisanship at all. Instead of figuring out how to get more power of all types on the grid, Republicans just want to prioritize new natural gas plants. They want Americans to pay even higher energy bills just to keep old, expensive coal plants online forever. And they want to use the increase in power demand, in my opinion, as an excuse to kill every EPA regulation that impacts power plants. And to top it all off, they want to increase home energy prices just to allow oil and gas companies to send unlimited amounts of American energy resources overseas. And these Republican actions prioritize polluters over people. But before we get into the details of the bills, I just want to draw attention to how they fit into a broader trend of Republican energy policy, which I think is reckless. Republicans aren't interested in addressing climate events like dangerous heat waves, or even in equipping their constituents with the tools and appliances to better cool and protect their homes. They're not interested in lowering energy costs or beating out China with new technologies. All they want to do is undermine clean energy, make energy more expensive, and allow big oil and gas to build whatever they want, whenever they want, and regardless of the consequences. And this is the same party that is repealing incentives that help get more energy on the grid faster, even though demand is rapidly growing. And it's the same party that is proposing zeroing out energy assistance, even though it's over 100 degrees outside and Americans are struggling to cool their homes. So the reality is, just when we need more homegrown American energy the most, Republicans are pursuing an energy policy that will make it harder for most Americans to get access to the energy that they desperately need. And Republicans themselves are worried about the actual impacts of their own energy policy, and that's why you saw the president desperately tweeting at the Department of Energy on Monday, begging for DOE to drill, baby, drill. Now, DOE doesn't regulate oil and gas drilling, but I wouldn't expect the president would necessarily know that. It just underscores that Republicans are afraid of Americans actually experiencing the results of Republicans' catastrophic energy policies. The truth is that I don't believe the Republicans have ever been for an all-of-the-above approach to energy. In fact, Energy Secretary Wright made that abundantly clear when he was in front of this committee 2 weeks ago. At that hearing, Democrats pressed the Secretary about Elon Musk's gutting of DOE and the loss of valuable expertise. But rather than help us get to the bottom of the agency's capacity to take on new work when thousands have been fired, Republicans want to simply pretend this problem doesn't exist. And they're clearly content to give the agency more work without any understanding as to how it will complete its work with significantly reduced staff. So today we're going to hear from Republicans that these bills are necessary to meet the growing energy demand from artificial intelligence. And I can't be clearer about this. I just want to say to my colleagues on the other side, if you want to strengthen the grid to enable new technologies, these bills are the exact opposite of what you should be doing. If you really want it to meet growing demand, then work with us on legislation that truly supports all energy projects, all of the above, especially those that can be built quickly and that produce energy Americans can actually afford. But that's not what we're seeing. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the 119th Congress, E&C has received extensive testimony regarding systemic problems that are undermining our energy system and the grave national and economic security implications for failed U.S. leadership. Over the next 10 years, 115 gigawatts of dispatchable generation have been announced being retired, while demand is estimated to increase by upwards of 151 gigawatts. The free world is watching. The bills before us today take us one step closer to reaffirming American energy dominance. This includes the Reliable Power Act to empower FERC as a reliability cop on the beat for the federal government, and the Grid Power Act to prioritize resources in the queue that are necessary for maintaining reliability and stability of the bulk power system. While it is necessary to prevent a future Clean Power Plan 3.0, several states have taken upon themselves to continue driving premature retirements of baseload generation. That is why the State Energy Accountability Act and the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act will bring additional transparency and accountability to state actions and undermine access to reliable energy. To provide FERC with an additional tool to address reliability challenges, the Power Plan Reliability Act provides an enhanced pathway to securing the electric grid in the event of a premature closure. We are also considering the Improving Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines Act, Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2025, My Refiner Act, and Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act. Together, these bills will unleash our abundant natural resources and establish more efficient processes for the delivery of energy supplies needed to power next-generation industries. One bill that is not on our markup is the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedure Act, introduced by my colleague from Florida's 14th District, the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee. While our staffs continue having conversations about the legislation, the bill in its current form mandates aggressive reforms to the interconnection process before FERC has even fully implemented Order 2023, which already included important queue reforms. I'm also concerned that many of the provisions were already considered and set aside in the development of Order 2023 because of opposition from grid operators, rural co-ops, and affected stakeholders. I commit to continue working across the aisle to improve our understanding of needed interconnection queue reforms. Altogether, the bill is under consideration today, taking an important step toward reaffirming American energy dominance for years to come and addressing the ongoing reliability crisis facing our nation. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair will recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this package of GOP bills fails to meet the moment. It fails to meet the affordability and energy challenges for our families and businesses back home. These are backward-looking policies, and combined with the anti-energy provisions of the big ugly bill will raise electricity bills, constrain energy supply, cost jobs, hurt our competitive edge, and turn a blind eye to the cost and impacts of the heating climate. You know, America was enjoying an energy manufacturing boom after Congress passed a historic clean energy and climate resilience law in 2022. 400,000 new jobs in nuclear, geothermal, batteries, solar, wind, and EVs. We were making progress on reshoring critical supply chains and developing industries that China hoped that we'd ignore. But in just the past 6 months, President Trump and congressional Republicans have managed to sabotage our progress. To date, the GOP is responsible for the demise of over 794 clean electricity projects, 1.6 million lost jobs, and a sidelining of over $500 billion in private investment. And Trump's arbitrary tariffs are making it worse. Companies are responding to this uncertainty by canceling projects all across the country. Over $500 billion worth of clean energy projects were canceled in the first 5 months of this year alone. Meanwhile, U.S. electricity demand is forecast to increase by 128 gigawatts in the next 4 years. So what do Republicans propose? Policies that will decrease new electricity capacity additions by 302 gigawatts by 2035. That's enough to power 227 million homes. Wholesale electricity prices are poised to spike by 50%. So if Republicans have their way, we will not build the energy we need to power U.S. leadership in artificial intelligence or advanced manufacturing. That's a gift to China. This week, the eastern United States is facing a record-breaking extreme heat wave driven by climate change. It's straining our electric grid and making thermal power plants like gas less efficient. The Republicans' big ugly bill will make it harder for working families to deal with this heat, increasing average household energy costs by up to $400 per year. I regret that Republicans continue to bury their heads in the sand and ignore these challenges. And unfortunately, today's package of bills is going to make things worse. And the GOP will own the energy price shocks in the higher cost in the months and years ahead. The heating climate isn't just about the weather, it's about our wallets. And it's also about our moral obligation to our kids and future generations to be able to handle the costs and the impacts of the heating climate. Nothing in today's package of bills sufficiently meets the urgency of this moment. This committee should lead on common sense policies like upgrading our electric grid or modernizing our interconnection process to deliver more affordable energy to our neighbors back home. And when our Republican colleagues get serious, Democrats remain ready to work with them on all of these issues. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Are there any further opening statements? See the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I have to say that this markup is a complete sham. Republicans have spent 5 hearings this year raising the alarm about rising energy demands from artificial intelligence. I'm eager to work together on meaningful bipartisan solutions to strengthen our electric grid and lower costs for customers. But here we are, 6 months into the year, and Republicans have shown zero interest in working across the aisle on serious bipartisan legislation. Instead, all Republicans have to offer are these old stale ideas that have been kicking around for years. With the exception of Congresswoman Schreier's Hydropower bill, many of the bills we're considering today are the same bills this committee marked up 2 years ago, and there's a reason they've been kicking around for years. These bills are bad ideas, and they're going nowhere. So what are the Republicans actually doing? President Trump is actively hollowing out the very federal agencies that are responsible for powering our country. Trump has forced out thousands of workers at the Department of Energy, shuttering programs, and illegally withholding funding for energy projects. Trump is even refusing to allow new federal permits for wind farms, despite wind energy providing more than 10% of U.S. electricity. With just a wave of his hand, Trump is trying to wipe out an entire American industry. Is this the Republican plan for energy abundance? Meanwhile, congressional Republicans' big bill boondoggle slashes hundreds of billions of dollars in federal incentives for new energy projects. Already, because of Republicans' attacks on our federal energy programs, more than $1 billion in new energy projects have been canceled every single month in 2025. And this is just the beginning. If Republicans' tax bill passes, thousands of hardworking Americans will lose their jobs, and families across the country will see their energy bills go up by nearly $300 a year. Once again, I ask, is this really the Republicans' plan for energy abundance? If my Republican colleagues are serious about fixing our electric grid, reducing energy costs, and meeting the energy demands of AI, then they need to work with Democrats on real solutions. We need forward-looking bipartisan legislation, not the same old slate of special interest giveaways. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any further opening statements? A gentleman from New York, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I sincerely believe you want to figure out how Congress can support a modernized, reliable, and affordable electric system during this time of growing demand. According to ICF, demand could grow some 25% by 2030, and residential prices could rise 15 to 40% over the next 5 years. This is a monumental task, which will become even more difficult if Republicans' reconciliation bill successfully repeals energy tax credits that incentivize deploying new, cost-competitive generation to bring more electrons onto the grid as quickly as possible. Now, Mr. Chair, I also believe you think U.S. AI leadership is a national security and economic imperative, and a lot of members on this side of the aisle agree with you on both accounts. But the approach that has been taken by the committee thus far, in my opinion, is all wrong. At the subcommittee's markup of these bills, multiple Democratic members, myself included, expressed an interest and willingness to sit down and try to work together on bipartisan solutions that will actually respond to the challenges facing our electricity system. Instead, the majority is continuing to push partisan bills that will likely go nowhere in the Senate. Now, I understand that this is easier than doing the hard work of bipartisan legislating, but it will not lead to durable policies that rapidly put on electrons on the grid while protecting ratepayers. And in fact, reaching consensus on potential bipartisan solutions would become harder if we see a continued commitment to partisan policies with the primary goal of keeping uncompetitive, favored generators running. Again, I want to urge the majority to reconsider its strategy and state my openness to working together on legislation that will support expanding the grid, especially our transmission infrastructure, in ways that have been called for by many experts' testimony before this committee. With that, I yield back, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman, Mr. Tonko, yields back. Is there any further opening statements? Seeing none, before we get into the markup, I think the last time we were in full committee markup, we were talking about disparaging each other and using names. We can call each other, like Mr. Tonko, I just called my friend Mr. Tonko or Mr. Pallone or Ms. Castor. The point for that is decorum is not use someone's name to call them out in a way that's negative. So we can, because last time, if you remember, I had to say the gentleman from Texas is recognized. We had 2 Texans start speaking, and one's enough, so I'm hitting with doing that. So I'm going to call people by name, right, mister? And so, and then the other one is, I think, the word lie. I just suggest we don't use it at all. But you can, a class of people, the Republicans are lying to you about this, the Democrats are lying. What you can't say is the gentleman from New Jersey or the gentleman from Kentucky, and direct that at any person, or the president's included in the rules as well. So we can use each other's last names as we recognize each other in a positive way. So I just want to make sure that we work that way together. So I will move to the markup, and the chair calls up the committee print, HR 3616. and ask the clerk to report.
Committee Print, H.R. 3616, a bill to require the federal...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for any amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support.
Gentleman is
of-
recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Chairman Guthrie, for holding this important markup today and moving forward with this bill. The Reliable Power Act would ensure proper coordination between the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, and federal agencies issuing regulations impacting the bulk power system, such as the Department of Energy and EPA. This bill builds off the GRID Act, which was introduced by my friend and former colleague, Chairman Jeff Duncan, and passed the full committee last Congress. The Reliable Power Act provides federal accountability for reliability and ensures regulations that involve power generation, protect the reliability of the electric grid, and ultimately protecting our constituents. First, the bill would require NERC, the Electric Reliability Organization, to conduct annual long-term reliability assessments of the bulk power system. If NERC finds the bulk power system is at risk of not having adequate generation to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability, it must notify FERC that the system is in a state of generation inadequacy. The bill would then direct FERC to notify the Department of Energy, the EPA, and any agency it determines appropriate of the state of generation inadequacy. Upon such notice, the notified agency is required to send rules under development and impact generation resources to FERC for review and comment, and recommendations to prevent significant impacts on the ability of the grid to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability. Under the Reliable Power Act, no rule that affects generation resources can be finalized if FERC determines the rule would have a significant negative impact on the ability of the grid to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability. This committee has heard from many voices over the years, including FERC, the Department of Energy, power providers, and the actual grid operators about the very real reliability crisis our grid is facing. It's critical that we maintain reliability and efficient generation. Unfortunately, the previous administration issued a number of rules targeting our most reliable power plants, including the Clean Power Plan 2.0, without proper input or feedback from our grid experts. The Reliable Power Act sets clear accountability and coordination standards to ensure the federal regulation supports rather than threaten the strength and dependability of our power system. I am proud this bill has the support of the American Public Power Association and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. These organizations represent the nation's 2,000 not-for-profit, community-owned electric utilities and 900 local electric cooperatives. Together, they serve nearly 100 million people across the country. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill to ensure further administrations and rogue federal bureaucrats can't finalize rules that jeopardize the reliability of the electric grid and the safety of our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? See no further discussion on the bill. Are there any amendments? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes, so discuss the bill. To speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
You're
word.
recognized to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3616, the Reliable Power Act, and I thank my friend, Representative Balderson, for introducing this bill. This bill amends the Federal Power Act to require coordination between FERC and any federal agency looking to finalize a regulation that could affect electric generation essential to grid reliability. It would also prevent any covered federal rule from being finalized if FERC determines it would cause a substantial negative impact on grid reliability. In a time where AI is on the rise and electricity demand is forecast to skyrocket across the country, we must look carefully at any rule that may impact reliable power. Our grid is the engine that keeps the lights on in homes and keeps factories producing goods here in America. We cannot afford to jeopardize it. H.R. 3616 ensures that American citizens and businesses can be confident that the federal government will not implement policies that jeopardize their access to power. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill on the Democrat side? Dr. Joyce, you're now recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition, as you said, to speak in support of the bill. The Reliable Power Act is a strong piece of legislation necessary to maintain resource adequacy in our power system. And I want to thank Representative Balderson and the committee for working to advance this important legislation. Federal policy from the Biden administration disincentivized the development of new generation and has led to severe reliability concerns in Pennsylvania, raising energy costs and putting my constituents at risk of mass outages, especially when facing the severe weather that we have seen just this week. This legislation will allow FERC to step in if proposed federal regulations would have a negative effect on the reliability of our power system, preventing such regulations from being finalized, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments on the bill? The gentlelady from Colorado, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled FC_HR 3616_38.
The clerk will report the amendment. You have the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment to the committee print for HR 3616, offered by Ms. Deget.
Well, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who weren't on the Energy Subcommittee last year, we received testimony from a FERC official on a prior version of this bill 2 years ago when I was ranking member. He was unequivocal. FERC at the time did not have the staff capacity to execute the bill as written. Frankly, this is still a concern. When FERC came in April to offer testimony on the bill, their acting general counsel stated, quote, FERC does not have the depth of extent of computing resources to do the full scope of analysis required as to some of those other agencies' actions that might be subject, end quote. At the Energy Subcommittee markup, I offered an amendment to assuage those concerns, preventing the bill from going into effect until FERC certified that it had sufficient capacity to carry out the amendment. Unfortunately, this amendment was not adopted. The gentleman from Ohio, the sponsor of the bill, indicated he thought the safeguards in the first part of the bill, namely that NERC must declare there's a risk the grid won't be reliable and can get data from the RTOs, was sufficient. But unfortunately, in just the last few weeks, we've seen that that's not the case. As was explained at FERC's technical conference a few weeks ago, either NERC got bad data from MISO or NERC misinterpreted the data from MISO. It declared MISO at a high risk of a reliability problem over the next 5 years, when in fact it was not a high risk. And so, Mr. Chairman, I have an article about this, which I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record.
Without objection?
Thank
So
you.
ordered.
I want to be clear. I'm not intending this as an attack on NERC or on our grid operators. They're doing an extremely important job, and they're doing it with extremely limited resources. That's exactly the reason why we shouldn't burden this already overburdened agency the ability to grant FERC the power to kill EPA regulations. If a single miscommunication can trigger a misstatement of risk, and in turn these new powers, that would be a real concern, especially if, as the gentleman from Ohio indicated, the bill's authors relied on solid data and interpretation from NERC and the grid operators to make up for FERC's lack of staffing or computing capabilities. So my amendment does two things. First, it says NERC's triggering of new powers for FERC should only happen if NERC finds there's a high risk of reliability outages, a higher threshold that should be harder to reach by accident. Second, it turns off NERC's triggering authority for a year if NERC has incorporated inaccurate or mismatched data into its reliability forecast. If we're going to give NERC this power, we've got to ensure that it has good data going into its models, not faulty or misleading data. I think this should be a kind of a no-brainer for this committee to adopt, because If NERC computing and analysis is foundational to the bill's success, we need to make sure that both are ironclad. So I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized in discussion of the amendment, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word to speak in opposition to this.
Gentleman's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 3616, the Reliable Power Act, establishes federal accountability at FERC for the reliability of our electric grid. It requires the ERO, or the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, to conduct annual long assessments to determine whether more power generation is needed to maintain an adequate level of reliability. NERC has been doing assessments for decades and conducts a robust, independent, peer-reviewed process. It is the gold standard for reliability assessments across North America. This amendment says that if there is error found in the previous year's assessment, NERC may not notify FERC about generation inadequacy that triggers FERC review of the rules. There was recently a mismatched data identified in NERC's annual long-term assessment provided by a transmission organizer. That error was corrected immediately. The process worked. And even in that case, the corrected assessment still shows the region at elevated risk of shortfalls in power in the next few years and still at high risk of power shortfalls, depending on state of generation in the out years. This amendment would deprive the public of the benefits of the rural review when the nation faces generation inadequacy. The Reliable Power Act places accountability for reliability with FERC and incentivizes improved agency regulations on generating facilities important to the electric grid. I urge a no vote on this amendment and a yes vote on the Reliable Power Act. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized to
Thank
speak
you,
on the
Chair.
amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to strongly support Representative DeGette's amendment and note that Democrats are working in good faith to try and improve this bizarre bill that Republicans have created, only to have Republicans decline the help. This is part of a multi-year crusade by Republicans to try and slash and burn every environmental regulation they can get their hands on and somehow make FERC the supreme arbiter of all regulations that could possibly impact the power sector. Never mind that other agencies have other considerations, as Congress requires them to. They don't want to do the hard work of balancing trade-offs and statutory goals. Never mind that FERC and NERC and grid operators and utilities and just about everyone in the power sector already has the ability to make the EPA or any other regulator respond to their concerns via the typical rule comment process. This isn't about hearing out concerns, it's about giving a green light to ignoring environmental rules whenever it's convenient for polluters. FERC testified before the Energy Subcommittee twice in the last 2 years that it lacked the resources to implement this bill. But Republicans insist on plowing ahead with the bill anyway. Just last week, NERC revealed that there was an issue with their long-term reliability assessment and the data it got from the Midwest grid operator, the same reliability assessment that Republicans want to trigger massive new powers for FERC under this bill. But rather than confront the potential issues there, they insist on continuing down the path they set out, no matter the facts or the reality. Representative DeGette's amendment is easy. It says that as long as there are questions about the data quality going into NERC assessments, then you shouldn't allow them to grant massive new authority to FERC based on those assessments. This should be a no-brainer. If we're going to grant FERC new powers, we want to make sure we're doing it for the right reasons and with the right data. If Republicans reject this amendment, I can only assume it means that, like the rest of the bills on today's markup, they're not actually interested in working towards bipartisan solutions, only regurgitating old ideas time after time again while the nation's problems mount. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. That sounds like the nay has it, but the roll call has been requested, and the gentleman who requested a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? No. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer? No. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? No. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? No. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? No. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber?
Nope.
Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? No. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? No. Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Lee? Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? No. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans? No. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote? Gentlelady from Florida?
Mrs. Kamick votes no.
The gentleman from North Carolina, how is he recorded?
Mr. Hudson votes no.
The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 27 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none. The question now occurs on approving the committee print of H.R. 3616. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Yep. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Aye. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher?
Aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Deget? Ms. Deget votes no. Ms. Schakowsky?
No?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? No. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bedegan? Ms. Bedegan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie?
Yes.
Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Are there any other members? Oh. General Lady from Florida?
Ms. Fedorchak?
Gentleman from Texas, how is
Aye.
he recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
And the General Lady from North Dakota?
Ms. Fedorchak votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Aye. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
The clerk will take your roll. Report.
Mr. Latta, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 1047 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 1047, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Ohio's 12th District is recognized for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in
Gentleman is
support of the bill.
recognized for 5 minutes. Speak on the bill.
Thank you, my fellow colleague from Ohio, Mr. Chairman. This bill is critical to ensure our nation has the baseload dispatchable power needed to meet historic demand growth and guarantee the lights turn on for our constituents when they hit the switch. PJM, the largest grid operator in the nation, recently announced they expect to lose about 40 gigawatts of generation by 2030. That's 21% of PJM's total capacity. According to PJM, new power resources are not coming online quickly enough to offset the risk posed by retiring resources. In fact, between 2022 and 2023, PJM saw over 11,000 megawatts of generation deactivated and only 4,000 megawatts of new generation added to the grid. It doesn't take an electricity expert to know it's a major problem when retiring power plants are outpacing new generation, all while our nation is seeing historic demand growth from electrification, data centers, and AI. Just this week, PJM issued the following warning, and I quote, "At the current pace, we are projecting a shortfall of energy." And just yesterday, AEP Ohio issued an emergency request for consumers to limit energy usage to prevent rolling blackouts. We must do more to ensure that we can fuel the AI revolution and ensure our constituents have access to reliable and affordable energy, starting with fixing the broken interconnection process. Interconnection queues are the list maintained by electric transmission system operators such as independent system operators, regional transmission organizations, or transmission providers that track all pending requests for new power generation facilities to connect to the electric grid. Right now, our nation's interconnection queues are buckling under their own weight. The growing backlog of projects is adding years to an already time-consuming process and preventing shovel-ready projects from getting connected. In fact, according to the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, almost 26,000 gigawatts of generation projects were sitting in the interconnection queues across the country. That's more than double the amount of the existing generation currently on the grid. As a result of that backlog, the median wait time for projects to move through the interconnection queue has increased to 5 years. Given the demand growth and power plant retirements we're seeing in my home state of Ohio and across the country, we can't afford to wait 5 or more years. And we can't afford to keep delaying critical projects from being built and connected to the grid. The Grid Power Act would give grid operators the authority to identify and expedite the consideration of essential projects that will protect our grid's reliability and provide the power needed to meet America's growing demand. This bill requires FERC to develop rules that authorize grid operators to fast-track critical generation that ensures grid reliability and meet growing power demands by allowing them to bypass the years-long wait in the interconnection queue. The Grid Power Act promotes transparency by requiring the grid operators provide a process for public comment and stakeholder engagement before submitting proposals to FERC. Additionally, the bill requires operators to provide regular reporting on the state of the grid reliability, including actions taken under the bill, to FERC. Lastly, the bill requires FERC to review and, if necessary, update regulations issued under the bill to ensure they remain effective and relevant to evolving challenges to grid reliability and resiliency. And I'd like to address a concern my friends on the other side of the aisle have raised, that this bill somehow favors fossil fuels at the expense of renewable and intermittent energy. I'd just like to refer to the text of the bill. Not once does the bill mention fossil fuels or renewable energy. The bill is fuel neutral. There is no mention of natural gas, solar, coal, wind, hydropower, or nuclear energy. It defines dispatchable power as, and I quote, an electric generation resource capable of providing known and forecastable electric supply and time intervals necessary to ensure grid reliability. We've heard from countless witnesses before this committee who have said we need more reliable dispatchable power connecting to the grid. And it seems that the other side now concedes what we've always known, that certain weather-dependent resources alone do not meet this definition, and they are unable to provide the dependable power our grid demands to keep the lights on for American families. I ask that all of my colleagues support this common sense bill that gives our grid operators the tools they need to get new generation online and connected to the grid at a time of historic demand growth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from California wishes to be recognized. For what purpose?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized. Strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by acknowledging that I agree with the motivation behind H.R. 1047. Our interconnection process is indeed not working. Energy projects are waiting years to get connected to the grid, and that's bad for our economy, bad for reliability, and bad for consumers. But while the motivation is right, the approach in this bill falls short. H.R. 1047 will pick winners and losers, allowing fossil fuel projects to cut the line. That's a mistake, particularly when natural gas projects are facing supply chain delays and higher input costs. We shouldn't be deprioritizing ready-to-go projects just because they are clean energy. And let's be honest about what's missing from this markup. Ranking Member Castor's bill, the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act, would speed up interconnection through reforms like requiring realistic modeling and sharing of best practices. Leaving the ranking member's bill out was a missed opportunity. We should instead be looking for ways to speed up interconnection overall, not merely picking favorites. For example, a recent letter from FERC Commissioner Rosner noted that AI and automation can reduce the time it takes to conduct interconnection studies. A study that took over 2 years to complete was replicated in just 10 days by AI. As a committee, we should be examining ways to support the deployment of these technologies to reduce backlogs. I hope the committee will provide additional opportunities to work on this on a bipartisan basis in the future, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Are there any, seeing none, are there anybody, oh, I'm sorry, the gentlelady wish to speak on the bill? The gentlelady has, the gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the Energy Subcommittee is recognized to speak on her amendment. Does she have the amendment
Thank
at
you,
the
Mr.
desk?
Chairman. My amendment is FC_HR 1047_34.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1047, offered by Ms. Castor. Page 5, line 8.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, this is an important amendment for transparency, for boosting our energy supply, and for consumer savings. It would apply to any rulemakings that prioritize certain projects in the interconnection queue and mandate that those projects actually come online within 4 years. Republicans have repeatedly claimed that new gas-fired power plants are needed to urgently meet reliability concerns, but they undermine their own argument by refusing to apply the same consideration to cleaner, cheaper power that is waiting right now and has been to come onto the grid. Renewables, storage, distributed energy resources, demand response, grid-enhancing technologies, and other solutions. Because if they're genuinely concerned about meeting demand growth in the next 4 years, they really should have no problem with my common sense amendment. Members, this is a real problem today. In February, FERC allowed PJM, that's the regional transmission operator for 13 states, including DC, to prioritize adding resources like gas power plants to the grid while keeping renewable energy projects in its long interconnection queue. Commissioners made it clear that this is only a one-time emergency measure, not a substitute for a well-functioning interconnection process. However, in that ruling, FERC Commissioners Phillips and Rosner warned that it may not bring new power supplies online in time to meet the shortfalls, and FERC Commissioner Chang dissented because those gas projects expedited were unlikely to come online by 2030. Clearly, FERC already has the authority to expedite projects in the interconnection queue so long as it justifies its approval with evidence that such an approach is both just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory. If we're going to expand that authority, as this bill does, we should also ensure that the projects actually come online. If we don't, we're just letting FERC approve discriminatory and costly practices. After all, there's no point in expediting projects if they're not actually going to come online faster than other projects. And this is not an imaginary concern. If the reality is that new gas projects would be expedited under this bill, then we need to make sure that those projects actually provide power to the grid quickly. Otherwise, they'll just make it more expensive and more time-consuming for all of the other projects that actually could have helped. And I'm really concerned that the current shortage of gas turbines, where if you haven't ordered your gas turbine already, you're not getting it this decade. That is the testimony we've heard over and over again in the Energy Subcommittee, and that's what all of the experts are advising policymakers. It means that there would be a real material risk that expedited projects wouldn't provide any power to the grid at all. And ultimately, who will bear the cost of that? Consumers. Consumers, because you're in essence blocking the cleaner, cheaper sources, the energy efficiency, the grid-enhancing technologies, the other solutions that would help to keep prices low. One of FERC's core responsibilities is to keep prices affordable, a mission that is made possible by strong competition among energy generators. This resource-neutral access makes it possible for any project with real investment and real progress towards construction to move forward. But this bill hamstrings that neutrality, which will stifle American innovation and entrepreneurship. This bill, and frankly, this entire markup offers a twisted logic, a twisted conception of reliability, because reliability isn't a description of an individual generator, but rather it's an attribute that applies to the entire electric system. It's not a given that additional dispatchable resources aid reliability. You have to rely on a mix of generation, of different fuels and wires to make sure everyone can get the power they need all the time. And it's crazy that I have to say that this week of all weeks, when grid operators up and down the East Coast are relying on every single megawatt of generation and wire they can get to provide the power that people need to stay cool and safe. Expediting, let me just, since I'm out of time, say that instead the majority now is showing it really doesn't care about all of the above. They just care about picking winners or losers. It doesn't have to be this. It doesn't have to be this way. With increasing demand for power, we'll need every megawatt we can get. Republicans just don't like the megawatts that utilities and power developers are choosing in a free market. So I urge my colleagues to approve this bill. And I yield back my time.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio's 12th District. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to speak on the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I strongly oppose this amendment as it is unnecessary to existing FERC requirements and it is a distraction to the underlying policy at hand. This amendment would require the Commission deny any proposal that will not be completed within 4 years of being assigned a higher position in the queue. This amendment misrepresents the intent of the legislation. In Order 2023, FERC had already shifted the interconnection queue process from a first-come, first-served basis to a first-ready, first-served model to ensure that shovel-ready projects get consideration. The Grid Power Act provides an additional tool for grid operators to bring dispatchable energy resources to the queue if there is a demonstrated need for reliability and stability of the bulk power system. Projects that would be considered under this tool would already receive thorough reviews from the grid operator that would ensure its viability. We know that current backlogs in the interconnection queue are bogged down because of excessive subsidies and regulations that favor intermittent resources at the expense of baseload projects. Time and time again, this committee has heard from grid operators, engineers, and experts in the energy industry regarding the need for reliable and dispatchable energy to maintain stability of the bulk power system. That is the exact problem this legislation seeks to address. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back the balance of time. Are there others wishing to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. The vote comes on the amendment, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll, please.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Vulture's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? No. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Kane? Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone?
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Deget? Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Veazey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? No. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote? How is the gentleman from Alabama recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
How is the gentleman from,
Mr.
New
Palmer
York?
votes no.
and how is the gentleman from New York recorded?
Mr. Langworthy is not recorded.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Langworthy
from-
votes no.
The gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded.
Gentleman
Mr.
from-
Hudson votes no.
Gentleman from Texas, how is he recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Joyce votes no.
Gentleman from Michigan?
Mr. James votes no.
The gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes aye.
The gentlelady from Michigan?
Ms. Dingle is not recorded. Ms. Dingle votes aye.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded. Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Gentleman from Louisiana?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
The clerk will take the roll. And report, please.
Mr. Latta, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 26 noes.
Thank you very much. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on the bill? The question now occurs on approving H.R. 1047, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber?
Yep.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson?
Aye.
Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher?
Folger's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Florchek? Mrs. Florchek votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Matsui? No. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor?
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? No. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded? How's the gentlelady from Massachusetts recorded?
Ms. Trahan is not recorded. Ms. Trahan votes no.
The gentlelady from Illinois?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded. Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
The gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes no.
Any other members? Oh, I'm sorry, the gentleman from Ohio?
Mr. Landsman is not recorded. Mr. Landsman votes no.
Everybody. Okay, the clerk will take the roll, please. And report.
Mr. Latta, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, the bill is adopted. The chair calls up 3632 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3632, a bill to amend the Federal Power Act to adjust the requirements.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaking on the measure.
The gentleman is recognized to speak for 5 minutes on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to have introduced H.R. 3632, the Power Plant Reliability Act of 2025, and am happy to see this committee mark it up today. This bill would update Section 207 of the Federal Power Act, which deals with ensuring that utilities provide adequate service. As far as we can find in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and its forerunners' records, only a handful of complaints citing this section have been filed, and only one order issued in 2006 which firmly cited Section 207. That is why we need to update this section of the Act to allow affected parties to contest the retirement of generation resources. Over the next 10 years, 115 gigawatts of dispatchable generation has been announced to be retired across the United States, while demand is estimated to increase upwards of 151 gigawatts. These numbers do not match up. I would note some have even suggested that with AI, we may need as much as an additional terawatt of power. My bill would enhance existing authorities under the Federal Power Act to ensure premature retirements are not necessarily jeopardizing the reliability of our electric grid. Under my bill, FERC would be able to issue orders for up to 5 years in length and allocate costs for potential new transmission costs that may alleviate a plant going offline. These orders can be no longer than 5 years, but can be tailored by FERC to be shorter. The availability of these orders will hopefully assist states and regional transmission organizations in planning projects so that whenever a plant is to retire, there is another source or multiple sources that will produce the same amount of power. As part of these Section 207 orders issued pursuant to this legislation, FERC will waive excessive environmental regulations mirroring language in Section 202C of the Federal Power Act to provide needed flexibility for plant owners to continue operating the facility in a cost-effective manner. In addition, this bill would require plants to provide a 5-year advance notice of their plans to retire. This helps states and regional transmission organizations improve resource adequacy, and transmission planning. By requiring this notice, we can ensure that states and grid operators can responsibly manage their respective systems. This provision is more to ensure we have a transparent and longer-term watch list showing how much power is likely going off the grid. While the list is public, no affected party is ever required to file a complaint, and the specific power plant can only announce its retirement, not file a complaint, to keep their own facility open. Any affected party, not just the initial complainant, can request an additional 5-year extension of the adequate service order. Importantly, this bill allows for flexibility of the 5-year advance notice of retirements in the event of an emergency, disaster, or other similar event that leaves the plant inoperable. The Energy Subcommittee has held several hearings in the 119th and the 118th Congress to understand our ongoing reliability crisis. We continue to hear time and again from grid operators, engineers, and utilities of all kinds about the impact that premature retirements can have on the grid. Unfortunately, many times it is the policy decisions of the government, both state and federal, that are forcing the closure of baseload power plant retirements and seeking to replace generation with less reliable sources. While renewable energy sources have a role to play, baseload and dispatchable energy from natural gas, coal, nuclear, and hydropower have tangible benefits based on their constant power production. Technologies like wind and solar have created an unstable grid in some portions of the country. With this bill, we will provide FERC the opportunity to referee plant shutdowns and look at the more regional as opposed to local impacts. Mr. Chairman, I have several letters of support, and I ask unanimous consent of these letters to be entered into the record, and the committee already has them in a digital format.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much, and it's my understanding that as well, the National Mining Association has also mentioned their support for my bill in a letter that was already submitted for the record. I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. For what purpose?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized, strike the last word, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 3632, the Power Plant Reliability Act of 2025, and I thank my good friend, Representative Griffith, for introducing this bill. H.R. 3632 will help keep baseload power plants running for up to 5 years while allowing FERC the time to address state concerns about the impacts of shutting down certain power plants. The bill also requires power plant operators to notify federal authorities if they plan to close a plant. This bill will allow us to plan for the future when thinking about our energy resources. It is an essential tool for maintaining a reliable and efficient grid that works for all Americans. Thank you to Congressman Griffith for introducing this critical piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any bipartisan amendments? Are there any amendments? The gentleman from California's 50th District is recognized. For what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk labeled FC_HR 3632_23.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3632, offered by Mr. Peters. Page 3, line 8.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every single witness before this committee has been clear that we need more of everything, whether it be transmission, pipeline, solar, wind, or natural gas. We need to build faster and more affordably. That means reforming our siting and permitting process. But instead of doing bipartisan permitting reform, which I do hope we'll get to, or developing a long-term energy strategy for the whole country, we're passing in this committee short-sighted bills that will increase costs for ratepayers and steamroll the rights of states to set their own energy policy while hurting reliability and costs in the long run. The Power Plant Reliability Act would give the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission the power to force expensive, old coal plants to stay open far beyond their long-planned retirement date, overruling decisions of all local, state, and federal officials. Secretary Wright recently used a similar authority under existing law to unilaterally keep a Michigan coal plant from the 1960s operating way past its retirement date. This is unfortunate for Michigan ratepayers who are now on the hook to pay the bill. Make no mistake, these plants are closing because the market has dictated that they should close. Michigan's Attorney General told FERC that the planned retirement of that plant would save ratepayers $150 million and would actually result in more new generation being put on the system because of planned new investments. Now, all of those savings and new investments are in jeopardy. My colleagues on the other side blame our reliability challenges on the retirement of old, expensive, and outdated coal generation rather than our inability to build the new infrastructure we need when and where we need it, which is the real problem. In fact, this bill could make that problem worse, as keeping these plants online past the date anyone wants them could completely chill investment in the new generation we need. Unfortunately, this comes on the heels of the big, beautiful bill, which is not so beautiful in terms of energy supply. As Ms. Castor pointed out, this will decrease, the big, beautiful bill will decrease electricity capacity additions by 302 gigawatts by 2035, when we need 128 gigawatts in the next 4 years. This is really sending us in the wrong direction. If there are any reliability issues caused by the retirement of these plants, we should address that by building cheaper, more efficient generation, and by building a better grid to transfer power from where it's abundant to where it's needed. This legislation should not take effect until we know that it would not lead to less generation on the grid. The Secretary of Energy, in consultation with the relevant regional reliability entity, should certify when making these decisions that the extension of a due-to-be-retired plant will not result in less generation being put on the grid, and my amendment would do just that. It is not fair to ask our constituents to pay for old coal plants to stay online when the market, state regulators, engineers, and investors have dictated that we don't need it to. Why should we use ratepayer dollars to kick the can down the road versus investing in new generation and new grid build-out driven by new American jobs and new American manufacturing? We can all agree that more energy is good and less energy is bad. My amendment simply says that if you can't extend the retirement date of these plants, you cannot extend the retirement date of these plants if doing so results in less energy on the grid. I think that's something we should all support. We should be having hearing on bipartisan bills that approve planning and help us build more transmission and generation and expand the tools in our tool belt to meet this challenge. We're not doing that today, unfortunately. One bill I do believe is worth our time is my Speed and Reliability Act with Representative Garbarino. That bill is bipartisan, costs no money, creates no new programs. It streamlines the siting and permitting process for national interest transmission lines, which everyone agrees we need, by 5 years. I'd love to get a hearing on that bill. I think that would be really constructive. But today here, I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. And for what purpose does the bill sponsor, the gentleman from Virginia's 9th District, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I wish to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of the legislation is to provide solutions to reliability while more long-term solutions are developed. I appreciate my colleagues' concern, but I think that it is ill-founded. And the reason is that all the projections are, particularly with AI and more data centers being built, we're going to need more and more power. His concerns that he stated were that we want to make sure that we're not reducing overall input by giving an order that would allow as up to, not always going to be that, but gives FERC the power to keep the power plant open for up to 5 years. But that's not just something that's made in a vacuum. There has to be a complaint, and we have to move forward with that. Further, with the demand being so great for additional resources, it is highly unlikely that anybody would stop moving forward with a power plant they were planning on having or looking at doing that is going to be built within the next 5 years simply because a temporary order was placed that said this plant may remain open. And remember that the bill says that somebody has to complain, and that means some other utility or state or regulator like PJM has to come into FERC and say under 207, we need to keep this open or else we're going to have a grid reliability problem. And the maximum is 5 years. So I think that that the amendment, while I know it's well-intended, I think the concerns are ill-founded, and I would urge my colleagues to vote no. And I'm happy to give you a history on the one time it was done if the committee so desires.
Seeing none, the gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? The gentleman from Florida is recognized for what purpose?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes.
It has been a sweltering 2 days in Washington, reaching over 100 degrees and 98 degrees today. We know the climate is changing. Extreme heat, hurricanes are getting more intense, sea levels are rising, and some would say our Republican colleagues are doing nothing about it. I wish it's much worse. They want to keep dirty coal plants online and maybe bring more online as well. The dirtiest fuel American could possibly use. They release more carbon emissions, supercharging climate change. It generates millions of tons of toxic coal ash that has to be buried in our communities, poison our waters, causing cancer. I've heard from constituents in East Orlando and proud to work with the Orlando Utility Commission to retire the last local coal plant by 2027. They have natural gas, solar, and plan to expand to purchasing nuclear power from other plants. Other areas have hydro and wind. This is the right course for our nation, and we should be working together on it. You know, when you look at solar, for instance, California, Texas, Florida, Arizona, North Carolina have boosted solar by massive amounts. My own state, third, with 18.6 gigawatts now this year, up 20% from last year. Texas, second, with 41.4 gigawatts of solar power, and California, first, 51.9 gigawatts. They each had 10 to 20% increases over just from last year. And the reason is the Inflation Reduction Act, which incentivizes these things. We're even working on green hydrogen, where you use solar to run through electricity, through water, to create natural gas through hydrogen that then has no emissions other than water. The U.S. Department of Energy also has a goal to triple nuclear power by 2050, including the Advanced Nuclear Power Act that we put through just a few years ago in this committee. Georgia, New York, Wyoming, and Texas all have potential nuclear power to go online over the next few years. Then wind energy. It's doubled over the last 10 years to 150 gigawatts nationally, with Texas leading the way, 3 times more wind energy than any other state. And Iowa, 60% of wind energy makes up their total makeup. You look at things like the blackout that happened in Texas. 5 times more natural gas went out than wind. So it's hugely ironic to blame new renewable energies when it was extreme weather caused by climate change that knocked out natural gas, not wind. We've talked to countless utilities executives. They're already moving in this direction, to solar, to wind, to nuclear, to hydro. They want to keep the Inflation Reduction Act. Yet the one big ugly bill wants to get rid of it. They know nuclear power, solar, wind, hydro is the future. Natural gas is a bridge fuel for the foreseeable future, and that the dirty coal agenda takes us backwards. And so that's why when you look at Mr. Peters' amendment, it's talking about shutting down the dirtiest coal plants if it's no longer going to be helpful, to make room for a lot of these new technologies that are already coming online, despite every effort by the Trump administration and this Congress to stop it. We're going to continue to progress forward, and that's why I think these types of amendments are absolutely critical to make sure that we're moving forward in a direction that makes sense for our nation. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion on the amendment. The roll call vote has been requested. The gentleman requests a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obolnolty? Mr. Obolnolty votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane?
Whatever they vote on Saturday.
Mr. Ruley? Mr. Evans?
We have to agree on it.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman?
I've talked to the speaker. It's really.
Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Stengel? Mrs. Stengel votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
Is anyone seeking recognition? Gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Dr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce votes no.
Mr. Goldman?
Mr. Goldman votes no.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Mr. Landsman?
Mr. Landsman votes aye.
Any other seeking recognition? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly. What purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled FC_HR 3632_21.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 3632, offered by Ms. Kelly.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you. This bill will provide a statutory pathway for the administration to keep all expensive and polluting coal plants online and force American families to pay for Republicans' seemingly obsession with coal. I have a lot of problems with the bill, but the fundamental idea at the center of it just doesn't make any sense. And we're already seeing this at the Department of Energy, which last month decided to exceed its statutory authority and issue 2 emergency orders mandating that 2 coal plants, one in Pennsylvania and one in Michigan, be kept online, even though literally nobody asked for the plants to be kept online. Not their owners, not the local utility, not the reliability regulator, and not the grid operator. Nobody. To add insult to injury, one of the coal plants is now actively at FERC trying to make other people pay for their plant to stay online. And I want to say that again because it's so unbelievable. A coal plant in Michigan that nobody wanted to stay online is asking FERC's permission to charge customers everywhere from Illinois to Minnesota to Iowa to Missouri so it can stay online, even though those places get zero benefit from it. Zero benefit from it. Nobody gets any benefit from it. The Secretary's emergency order was premised on a faulty prediction that the Midwest grid was at high risk, a prediction caused by bad data, as Congresswoman DeGette pointed out earlier. This isn't hypothetical for my constituents. The ones in central Illinois served by Ameren could see their bills go up to pay for the Michigan plant. If certain parties at PJM, the grid operator for Northern Illinois and the Mid-Atlantic, get their way, my constituents served by ComEd will have to pay for the Pennsylvania plant to stay online, an even more egregious miscarriage of justice. This is where my amendment comes in. It's simple. It requires FERC to ensure that any charges for a plant staying online are just and reasonable, something the bill as written does not require. Furthermore, it requires that FERC adhere to what's called the cost causation principle. Put in layman's terms, if you break it, you buy it. If people actually need a plant to stay online under this bill, they should pay for it. If you don't receive any benefits from a plant staying online, like the families in my district that won't receive any benefits from the Pennsylvania or Michigan plants, then you shouldn't have to pay for it. It should be a simple, uncontroversial amendment. I can't believe that anyone on this committee would be in favor of making families pay for power plants they get no benefit from. So I urge bipartisan support for my amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The arguments on this amendment are very interesting. Let's go with the first half of the arguments. It says that they're concerned because a plant in Pennsylvania and a plant in Michigan are being required to be stay open, and that this is from the Secretary of Energy, and that there's no plan, and that there's no cost allocation. However, the bill actually sets up a process where a complaint has to be filed. I heard that comment made. No complaint was filed. Nobody was saying the plant should stay open. In my bill, a complaint has to be filed, and it can't be by the plant operator. It has to be from somebody else, another utility, somebody in the area who's actually going to use the power. And so the first half of the argument would argue that the gentlelady ought to be supporting the measure. Now, the second part of the argument, I would oppose the amendment for because it is redundant to the existing requirements at FERC and seeks to misrepresent the intention of the legislation. As we know, FERC must already adhere to cost causation principles as a part of cost allocation determinations and ensure that all rates are just and reasonable. Under the legislation, FERC would be empowered to both determine the compensation for plant owners as well as cost allocation for rate recovery. These determinations must already meet the requirements of cost causation principles and be just and reasonable. Again, that's if we're using the 207 process, which I'm trying to put into a position to be more preeminent when we're looking at these power shortages within the grid situation. It's our hope the legislation would only be used rarely and that our nation has sufficient resources to meet our electricity needs. Unfortunately, because of a lot of confusion, maybe even some obfuscation by some states and electricity market participants, we're in a situation where it is frankly very confusing as to who looks out for grid reliability. This bill will help to clarify the situation, and the amendment only makes it more confusing. We are seeing a dangerous rate of premature retirements of baseload power. Just this week, in this heat wave, we are seeing utilities asking customers to save electricity. TVA, for example, and they serve part of my district through some of the companies that are affiliated with them, has asked that everybody reduce their power usage today because they're concerned about potential rolling brownouts or even blackouts. But I would note, and I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really dislike coal. And as we shift, and I think coal still has a place, I think we can do it cleanly, but we'll disagree about that. But as we're shifting, we need to make sure we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So in 2013, the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, announced plans to close 8 coal-fired power units, citing a flat demand for power. They've closed 5 of them. Now they find themselves in a growing demand for power and a heat wave, Mr. Chairman, that is requiring them to notify their customers to not use all of their power. Because if everybody uses their power, as they would normally do, they may have a rolling brownout or even blackouts. And then human lives are put into jeopardy. What this does is it says, all right, we're going to have FERC take a look at it, and people have to notify FERC 5 years in advance. That's what the bill says, of closing down any power plant. And if somebody complains and says, wait a minute, we don't have generation coming on board, Mr. Chairman, in time to sufficiently cover the needs of our area, and we're using that power, we need to use that power to wheel it into another location, as was done at the Potomac Power Plant, where the only time that 207's been used effectively, to power Washington, D.C. so Congress could keep operating in the heat. It says we'll allow that. And it can be up to 5 years, but it doesn't have to be 5 years. If it's determined that enough power is coming on board in 2 years, then so be it. It's a 2-year order. But it gives FERC that responsibility, not the Secretary of Energy, and not, as the gentlelady said, and I don't know the circumstances of those 2 plants, but she indicated that it just happened with nobody asking for it. In this case, somebody has to step into the record, the public record, and say, I need this plant to stay open in order to power electricity in Virginia or in Michigan or in Pennsylvania. And when that happens, this bill will do it. This amendment only confiscates it, makes it harder to determine. And I would ask everyone to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you,
Ms. Castor.
Thank you,
Gentlelady, Ms.
Mr.
Castor is
Chairman.
recognized.
And I want to compliment the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith. He is a strong advocate for his constituents back in coal country. But I want to correct the record for the gentleman's comments. FERC's existing principles that rates must be just do not apply to sections 202C or 207. So this amendment is necessary. You know, members, coal has been on the decline as a power source in America for many years now. We do owe a debt to the coal miners and workers that have helped power America over the past decades. But coal accounted for about 20% of U.S. electricity generated in 2024. That's down from 50% in 2000. And the main reason for that decline is simple. Coal is more expensive than other options that we have today. And burning coal is a major contributor to the rising cost and impacts of the heating climate. It also has significant health impacts: asthma, cancer, heart disease, and lung disease. I point you to the heartbreaking front page story about the impact on coal miners' bodies and health that was in the New York Times over the past weekend. But according to a recent report, in almost every case today, it's actually cheaper to build new renewables than to keep existing coal plants running in the United States. And coal is only getting more expensive. 3/4 of coal plants saw costs rising faster than inflation between 2021 and 2024. And I have to say, none of my neighbors in Florida want more expensive power. We're already grappling with electric bills that are out of sight. And Republicans should stop forcing it upon the American people by making vague, half-baked claims about reliability and data centers, we know that solar and wind is flexible power. It does have some gaps, but you know what? We have solutions for that. It's called batteries. Battery storage is coming to the rescue to alleviate stress on our grid. Between May 2024 and April 2025, U.S. battery storage increased by about 40%. Plus, we decided that we're going to counter China, and we're going to build the battery technology. We're going to advance innovation in the United States of America. We're not going to run second to the Chinese Communist Party. We're going to build these systems to help power our lives and our future. Energy storage added 2 gigawatts just in the first quarter of this year. That is a record, and it's poised to grow if Republicans' antiquated energy policies do not get in the way. And despite what Republicans say, we're not closing energy plants. Over the past 5 years, the number of utility-scale electric power plants actually increased by over 2,000. In 2024, the United States produced more energy than ever before, including a broad mix of renewables, gas, crude oil, biofuels, and renewables. But this amendment, Ms. Kelly's good amendment, will ensure that the cost of keeping specific coal plants online can only be assigned to the people who are using that more expensive power source. If you're not using that costly, dirty coal plant, you shouldn't have to pay for it. It's easy, really. And if my Republican colleagues think that there are data centers or other customers that really want this expensive, polluting power, let them pay for it. Not the people I represent back home. Don't force working families to subsidize big tech's power. Of course, many of those big tech companies, they don't want that dirty power anyway. They're much more interested in cheaper, more advanced solutions like grid-enhancing technologies. They want us to build more transmission to enable more generation of all kinds and get more out of our existing grid infrastructure. But guess who is throwing a wrench into that process as well? In the big, ugly bill, Republicans took a hatchet to the grid modernization money. Yes, to update our grid and make it stronger and more reliable. Look, the 1970s have called, they want their energy policy back. That's what you all are saying. We want to look forward. We want to go forward to the cleaner, cheaper sources, the battery storage systems, fueling American innovation. But this Power Plant Reliability Act, it keeps us stuck in the past. It allows polluting plants to ignore federal, state, and local environmental laws, and it passes cost on to working families through higher utility bills. Your family shouldn't have to pay a higher power bill just because Donald Trump wants to subsidize old, polluting power plants and that everyone else wanted to retire years ago. So I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Kelly's good amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support this bill. This is not a coal bill. This is a reliability bill. We are retiring, it's just a simple fact, we're retiring things faster than they're being replaced. And it is a real problem, and we're seeing it today. We're seeing it in America today. If you look at the MISO market, the central part of the country where my customers live, they're also experiencing hot weather. Of the 111 gigawatts of power needed to meet the demand today, only less than 3 gigawatts of it are coming from wind, despite having almost 15% of the nameplate capacity in that region served by wind. That isn't a knock on wind. That's just a reality. It's not windy right now. It's hot and it's not windy. So you can't generate power from wind when you don't have wind blowing. That's the problem we're in. It's not a permanent problem. It's a temporary problem as technologies evolve. Batteries are a great solution. They aren't available at commercial scale yet. They haven't been deployed. They don't exist today to solve the problem. This is not a political statement. It should not be a political statement. It's not. It should not be partisan to say that Americans are calling, yeah, they want their power. They want their air conditioning. They need it now. not 5 years from now when all the technologies have evolved, the new technologies to meet the demand today. So suggesting that we don't like wind or solar because we recognize that they aren't dispatchable and they can't meet the reliability needs entirely today is like suggesting that I don't like my boys because they can't have children. Like, wind cannot provide dispatchable solutions today. It just doesn't. Neither does solar. They serve a purpose, but it cannot meet 100% of the demand today. So really, I think I really encourage my Democrat colleagues to work with us on some of this stuff so we can have a very smooth transition to the new resources that are coming but are just not available at grid scale today. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion? Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I have no doubt of the sincerity of the comments from the gentlewoman from North Dakota about, and I respect her expertise in the matter, about a sort of fuel agnostic, all of the above clean energy strategy. Just we have to recognize, though, that from our side of the aisle, it just simply isn't what we are seeing from the regulation and legislation that's coming forward. What we're seeing is a loan program office that's being gutted, which disproportionately is going to impact nuclear. We're seeing the investment and production tax credits being gutted in this one big, beautiful bill that's going to impact solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear. And then in my home state of Massachusetts, which was on track to power up to 1 million homes with offshore wind over the next decade, we're seeing unbelievable arbitrary and capricious regulatory action that is preventing steel from going in the water. And I get that there are a lot of people who don't think that offshore wind is going to work, and that's fine. That's fine to have that opinion. But state regulators, investors, and utilities and developers should be making that decision based on what's right for the state. In Massachusetts, we happen to have a lot of offshore wind. Maybe it makes sense for us. If other states don't want to do it, fine. We're the side that's actually promoting an all of the above energy strategy that is truly tech and fuel agnostic. And so when we're hearing these claims that somehow this is really just about reliability and affordability, what we are seeing is, in fact, a concerted action between the administration and congressional Republicans to just have oil and gas jump the queue. And we are not saying that oil and gas have no place in our energy strategy as a country. What we are saying is we want to actually give all different energy strategies a chance to succeed as makes sense for individual utilities and states. My constituents might benefit from offshore wind. Your constituents might benefit from different energy sources. Let them work on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie.
No.
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is the gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Dr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn votes.
Ms. Houchins?
Ms. Houchin votes no.
Anyone on the, Mr. Peters?
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle?
Mrs. Dingle votes aye.
Anyone else seeking recognition for purpose of the roll call? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Seeing none. Okay, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3632. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obonolte. Mr. Obonolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bedegan. Ms. Bedegan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie.
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking recognition for purpose of answering the roll call? Dr. Ruiz?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded. Mr. Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Mr. Tonko votes no.
Is any on the Republican side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 25 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3638 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3638, a bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit reports.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word.
Gentlemen, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on my legislation, H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act. This legislation would direct the Department of Energy to conduct ongoing assessments of matters affecting the supply chain for the power sector. The Electric Supply Chain Act will seek to uncover risk, vulnerabilities, and security considerations in the availability of manufactured grid components that are necessary to expand our electric infrastructure. As part of the direction in this legislation, the Secretary would maintain discretion to choose the appropriate office with the expertise necessary to complete the assessment. In addition, this bill will leverage the expertise of our power sector industry to improve the department's understanding and strengthen supply chains that are critical to the timely deployment and development of electric generation and transmission infrastructure. In recent years, we've seen how supply chain constraints and bottlenecks for key grid components, such as distribution transformers and natural gas turbines, can stifle infrastructure development. By establishing periodic assessments under this legislation, the department will remain in a proactive posture to identify and address matters affecting our power sector supply chain as they arise. By all reports and projections, our nation is on the edge of dramatic increases in electricity demand, primarily driven by energy-intensive users such as data centers and domestic manufacturing. The timing of projected demands is occurring as historic levels of baseload power are leaving the system due to state and federal actions that attack fossil fuels and subsidize preferred sources of intermittent generation. In fact, an estimated 52 gigawatts of baseload power is expected to retire over the next 4 years. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency estimates U.S. electricity demand to increase over the next 3 years by the equivalent supply of the entire state of California. These job-creating industries remain vital to economic prosperity and our national security. We cannot sit idly by while adversaries seek to gain competitive advantage to control the next generation economy. This bill takes an important step to prepare our federal agencies against supply chain constraints that could occur as our nation seeks to increase electric generation to meet demands of the next generation. Importantly, during our recent hearing with Secretary Wright, he confirmed his department's ability to complete the requirements that are laid out by this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Excuse me, on the bill. I'm sorry. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Gentlelady from Virginia, by purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD_HR 3638_01_XML.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 3638, offered by Ms. McCarthy.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Energy can certify two things. First, the Department of Energy has sufficient staff in place to support the timely progress of ongoing programs and projects authorized and funded by Congress, in addition to the new responsibilities like the assessments required in this bill. Having the Secretary say in a committee hearing that he has the resources to do this bill, but not to go further to say he has the resources to do all of the responsibilities Congress has placed on the Department of Energy is nonsensical. And when Secretary Wright was here a couple of weeks ago, a number of Democrats on this committee asked about the Department of Energy's staffing issues. Secretary Wright did not give us a straightforward answer or visibility into those numbers or how the department intends to continue with ongoing and future projects, given the cuts that they have faced. He also hasn't responded to inquiries from this committee about department staffing issues. And as I mentioned during that budget hearing, my own office has experienced this lack of response and visibility from the department. However, Secretary Wright did stress the importance of the Department of Energy, its national labs, and various programs like the Loans Program Office. So everyone should recognize the value of the Department of Energy's work, but no one seems willing to answer important questions about who's left to complete the work that Congress has already put on them, in addition to these new bills that we seek to pass today. As this committee considers the Electric Supply Chain Act, we have to look at the bigger picture and the reality of the reckless workforce reductions and funding cuts that have already happened or are in process right now. DOGE has already forced out over 3,500 key Department of Energy staff. Key offices responsible for implementing this bill have lost a significant portion of their staff. And Secretary Wright hasn't given us any assurances that there won't be further mass layoffs. In our districts, businesses and community partners are already waiting to hear from the department about critical contracts and access to funding. Congressional offices inquiring on their behalf still haven't received answers. My office has heard that in some cases, the department can't even determine who is responsible for certain projects because too many qualified staff have been fired or pushed out. And with the department already struggling to meet its current workload, how can we pretend it's business as usual and justify adding additional work? These harmful workforce cuts that have occurred must end, and before we add new responsibilities, Congress must have a clear, updated information on DOE staffing levels, office capabilities, and operating plans. You know, one of the things I miss about being a state legislator is whenever we passed a bill that would add new responsibilities on a state agency, we had to have a fiscal impact statement that included how many full-time equivalent employees would be needed to carry out that work. It wasn't just a financial requirement because states can't print money and have to have a balanced budget, but it gave us the ability to see, do our agencies have the workload needed to do their lawfully mandated work? That is simply what we are asking for now. It's common sense, and it helps us take a holistic view at, does the department have the resources it needs to do its current job, in addition to the ones this bill would add on it? And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this amendment as it is a distraction to the underlying policy. This amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to certify the department has sufficient staff to complete the report and certify there are no planned reductions in force. During our recent hearing with Secretary Wright, he confirmed his department's ability to complete the requirements laid out by this legislation. This legislation also provides discretion to the department to choose the appropriate office with the expertise to complete the assessments. In addition, it is important to remember that the Department of Energy underwent reorganization efforts under both Presidents Obama and Biden. Consistent with that precedent, the Trump administration is taking a similar approach. We should not lose sight of the reality that the department today operates with about 35,000 more contractors and employees than it did 5 years ago. Most of that increase is from the past 4 years. Both sides of the aisle agree that we must ensure that our supply chains disruptions do not inhibit our ability to meet demands of the next generation industries. This legislation will place DOE in a proactive posture to address any potential disruptions and identify vulnerabilities that may pose a threat to reliability. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word to strongly support Representative McClellan's very timely and pragmatic amendment because this consideration of DOE staffing just makes common sense, especially right now. We both agree that a study on supply chain issues for critical grid equipment is a great and smart thing. And we've all heard from utilities in our districts about dangerously low transformer inventories in particular. The vulnerabilities in our supply chain have significantly increased lead times in the past few years. And what troubles me is the crickets that I hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when the administration does things like cut in half the staff at the Department of Energy charged with manufacturing and supply chains, or double down on the chaotic tariff rollout on steel, the same steel that critical grid components are made of. All of this ultimately leads to higher costs and less reliable electricity, and that is our focus. So I would say to my Republican colleagues, here's your chance. This amendment is your opportunity to show that you are pragmatic and you mean business. All this amendment's asking for is a thumbs up from Secretary Wright that he's got the workforce and the resources necessary to carry out the Department of Energy's mission and safeguard the country's energy security, including electrical supply chains. I strongly support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. There's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obenulty. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagon? Ms. Badagon votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Has Ms. Castor recorded?
Ms. Castor is recorded as no. Ms. Castor is
Tonko.
off no and on aye.
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko is recorded as no. Mr. Tonko is off no and on aye.
Mr. Landsman?
Mr. Landsman votes aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith is not recorded. Mr. Griffith votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis votes no.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
Mr.
Mr. Carter
Crenshaw?
votes no. Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Balderson?
Mr. Balderson is not recorded. Mr. Balderson votes no.
Anyone seeking recognition to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on the bill? Seeing none, there's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the bill. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3638. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Pfluger? Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky?
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Castor?
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Mr. Ruiz?
No.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Buttigan? Ms. Buttigan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? No. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Are there any, Mr. Fulcher?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Mr. Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Peters? Ms. Clark, sorry.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Trahan?
Ms. Trahan is off no and on aye.
Are there any other people wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 33 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3157 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3157, a bill to amend the
Without
Public
objection, the first
Utility-
reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you very much. I'd like to speak on my legislation.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are considering my bill, H.R. 3157, the State Energy Accountability Act, legislation that ensures state energy policies are transparent and that the public fully understands how these decisions may affect the reliability and affordability of their energy supply. Specifically, my bill would amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act, or PURPA, to add a new standard requiring state utility regulators to conduct and publish evaluations of the impact of their intermittent energy mandates. These evaluations must assess long-term resource adequacy, the ability to meet demand during extreme weather or peak load, ratepayer impacts, and whether retiring baseload plants can realistically be replaced by resources that the state is requiring. And critically, these evaluations must be made public. Transparency is not a luxury. It's the minimum obligation policymakers and regulators owe to the people who will bear the cost and who depend on a reliable power grid. It's telling how many of our colleagues today have expressed concerns about the transparency of this legislation or other measures we're considering today would bring to state energy policies. It almost seems as though they'd prefer to keep the public in the dark about real-world consequences that come with radical rush-to-green mandates. Too often, policies and mandates in New York, California, and elsewhere are pushed forward in pursuit of ambitious climate goals without a thorough assessment of what their downstream impacts, particularly on the bulk power system, would be. The American people, no matter where they live, they deserve the unvarnished truth about these consequences. In my home state of New York, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or the CLCPA, is a case study in what happens when ambition and radical ideology ignore reality and practicality. It sets some of the most aggressive climate goals in the country: 100% zero-emission electricity by 2024 and net zero emissions economy-wide by 2050. But here's the problem. there's no clear, credible roadmap to get there without compromising grid reliability and affordability for millions of New Yorkers. Report after report from New York's ISO make it clear. Phase out of reliable baseload resources like natural gas is outstripping the build-out of any viable replacement. On its current trajectory, New York is heading straight for a serious capacity shortfall, especially during winter peaks or extreme weather. This is life-threatening. And then there's the cost. New York's own Climate Action Council has acknowledged implementation could run into the hundreds of billions of dollars. This is an economic burden that is already landing on the backs of families, small businesses, farmers, and seniors in my state. Americans deserve a clear understanding of how their energy policy decisions will impact their daily lives, their monthly bills, and their long-term quality of life. My bill, the State Energy Accountability Act, is so important that it doesn't ban renewable energy. It simply says if you're going to mandate it, you owe constituents the truth. So I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. You want a roll call? Okay. Seeing none, there's no further discussion. A vote occurs on the bill on approving H.R. 3157. All those in favor should say aye. Excuse me, roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obanoti. Mr. Obanoti votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How's Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes aye.
Ms. McClellan?
Ms. McClellan is not recorded. Ms. McClellan votes no.
Anyone here else seeking to answer the roll call? Seeing none, the clerk will report. Oh, before the clerk reports, Ms. Clark?
Ms. Clark is not recorded. Ms. Clark votes no.
Seeing none others, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 27 ayes and 20 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3628 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3628, a bill to amend Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For our person and gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. It's an honor to once again be before my colleagues today and urge support for my bill, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act. This is a common sense measure that will help incentivize better energy policy in Colorado and across the nation and help states lower the financial burden that constituents like mine are facing by encouraging states to consider implementing policy that focuses on long-term energy reliability, which of course encourages affordability for working-class families. Countless folks in my district are working tirelessly to put food on the table and achieve the American dream. But one of the biggest hurdles that my constituents are facing right now is skyrocketing utility costs. As I mentioned earlier this month when the bill was reported out of the subcommittee, Coloradans are paying 24% more in electricity costs now than they were just 4 years ago. This spike in electricity costs didn't materialize out of thin air or in a vacuum. It's the result of deliberate policy decisions made by my governor, the legislature, and the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. But don't take my word for it. The nonpartisan Common Sense Institute in Colorado released a report in January of this year on the future of electricity costs in Colorado. One of the big findings in this report reads, and I quote, "Driven by state policy mandates to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, electricity prices are projected to grow at more than 3 times the rate of inflation and nearly 13 times the growth rate from 2010 to 2020. The report goes on to project that by 2030, the average household will be spending $390 to $504 more annually due to rates outpacing inflation and historic trends. All households combined will spend between $970 million and $1.25 billion more in electricity costs, and the average electric rate will grow by 56% from 12 cents a kilowatt hour to 18.4 cents a kilowatt hour. That's not partisan conjecture. Those are the cold, hard facts that my constituents have to face. And these policies aren't just a threat to affordability for countless families across the country. They also jeopardize long-term reliability. In fact, as recently as 2 years ago, a major service provider in my district forecast a capacity shortage of more than 125 megawatts of power due to the premature retirement of baseload dispatchable power. That's more than 25,000 homes worth of power. Just last month, I met with a company in my district that's doing cutting-edge work to advance quantum computing technology and was recently recognized as a leader in that field. But they told me they're being forced to move into a different building and pay substantially more in rent to be connected to an electrical substation directly because they literally could not keep the lights on in their current location due to frequent power outages. How can we beat China in areas like AI and quantum computing if we can't meet basic energy demand? And that's why my State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act is so important. It takes a light touch and a regulatory approach to incentivizing utilities like the Colorado Public Utilities Commission to consider long-term reliability requirements that help bolster and support American innovation, keep the lights on, rain and shine, and reduce utility bills for working families. That way, when weighing policies that impact energy reliability, these entities have to take thoughtful stakeholder feedback into account before making their decision. And this bill doesn't just support traditional fuels. It supports all sources of reliable power, from natural gas to nuclear generation to battery storage. I'm proud that my district continues to remain at the forefront of American energy dominance with continued investments in all types of safe, affordable, and reliable electricity generation that's critical to meeting the demands of future and which Congress is encouraging states to prioritize long-term reliability. That's what my bill does, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this common sense bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just like in the subcommittee, I feel like I have to really correct a record on a lot of things my colleague to the north has said. This bill defines reliable energy as operating on a continuous basis for at least 30 days with an adequate fuel or continuously available energy source on site. Defining reliable energy in these terms implies that renewable energy is less reliable and more expensive, neither of which are true. Just because a source is defined as intermittent does not mean that a system with a lot of those resources is not reliable. That's just not correct. The nonpartisan think tank from Colorado, RMI, published a report saying that grid reliability is not defined by the energy source itself, but rather how the grid functions collectively. Reliability is achieved through a multi-pronged approach of diversifying the energy sources on the grid, which includes wind, solar, and other renewables. 2, adding more interregional transmission to reinforce the grid. And 3, reinforcing energy efficiency. In other words, a grid that has more generation from a diverse array of sources and is more interconnected to neighboring grids ensures that there's enough power to meet demand and to be nimble enough to dispatch power where it is most needed during peak times or outages. My colleague talks about this company in his district that had to move buildings. That's not a problem with source. That's a problem with inadequate interconnection, and that's something we need to work on. If we bring more renewable energy onto the grid, that will only help increase reliability. And I want to remind you what I said when we marked up the bill in subcommittee. The Texas power outages during the winter storms in 2021 were not caused by renewables, but inadequately weatherized power plants and natural gas plants. The pipes froze. That's what happened. And in fact, in Texas during that time, renewables outperformed grid operator forecasts during 90% of the blackout. We've established this bill's claim that clean energy being unreliable is false. So let's turn to the claim that it's more expensive. During the subcommittee markup, and again today, my colleague cited that in our home state, Colorado's electricity costs rose by 24% in 4 years. So I want to set the record straight, and this is really important. That statistic includes natural gas. It includes natural gas. In fact, the independent think tank Energy Innovation concluded that the volatility of fossil fuels is the contributing factor to the rising prices in that period. Nationally, the states most reliant on fossil fuels, as well as states that were vulnerable to wildfire during this period, as Colorado was, saw the highest spikes in utility prices between 2021 and 2024. So utility bill increases are a crisis, but they're not a crisis caused by renewable energy. As recently as earlier this year, Xcel Energy, the largest utility in our state, announced that utility bills would increase in March due to the increasing cost of natural gas. If the goal is to achieve reliability and affordability, then my friends across the aisle shouldn't fight to defund clean energy projects and get the clean energy tax credits in the IRA and IIJA. Repealing existing energy tax credits is only going to increase cumulative household energy costs. Just in our home state, for example, all Coloradoans would see a cumulative increase in household energy costs of $1.6 billion through 2035. The State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act creates a definition that achieves neither reliable nor affordable energy. And so, therefore, I really suggest that we spend our time trying to work on the grid, trying to work on renewables, and trying to work on a diverse energy portfolio that focuses on reliability and affordability for consumers. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Dr. Ruiz is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can get to energy reliability and affordability through renewable energy and protect public health, creating good-paying jobs and strengthening our national security. In my district, including the Coachella and Imperial Valleys, fossil fuel pollution is a daily reality. We have some of the worst air quality in the nation, and our children suffer from high asthma rates. The American Lung Association has given Riverside County an F for air pollution. Our energy future should not rely only on fossil fuels to meet demand. This bill, H.R. 3628, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act, however, requires states to consider traditional fossil fuel generation in their integrated resource planning by including a definition of, quote, reliable generation facility that virtually excludes clean energy. This bill drags us backwards. It's another way to put more barriers ahead of renewable energy. And renewable energy with battery energy storage can get us to that full 24/7 reliability. Solar, wind, and geothermal paired with modern transmission and grid-scale battery storage supported by lithium from places like Lithium Valley in my district can provide consistent power 24/7. In fact, there's a recent report released June this month of 2025 from Lazard Level Cost of Energy Analysis that show that solar and wind energy are cheaper than electricity from fossil fuel plants in the United States. So they reduce emissions. They reduce our energy bills. They create jobs and lessen our dependence on volatile fossil fuel markets. Still, some want to cut funding for programs that make this clean energy future possible. They seek to undo investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, investments that advance battery innovation, clean energy, and public health protections. We cannot afford to roll back progress. These investments must be preserved and expanded to modernize our grid and protect high-risk communities, not hampered by funding cuts. This conversation is about more than electricity as well. It's about health, opportunity, energy independence. And we know that with the volatile situation in Iran, we are dependent oftentimes with non-friendly countries for our fossil fuel and oil. So we can have energy reliability and protect the public's health. We don't need to sacrifice people's health. We have the technology and federal resources to power our country with clean, renewable energy, not just today, but for generations to come. What we need is the courage and the political will to do the right thing and invest in it. So I oppose this bill, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, are there any amendments? Seeing none, so the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3628. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Flug. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Did Mr. Latta vote?
Mr. Latta is recorded as aye.
How was Ms. Matsui recorded?
Ms. Matsui is not recorded. Ms. Matsui votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there are 25 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it. The chair calls up H.R. 3657 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3657, A bill to amend the Federal Power Act to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to annually
Without
submit to
objection, the
Congress.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition? The gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment in Ains at the desk titled ANS _ relicensing status report _ 01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3657, offered by Ms. Schreier. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Hydropower Licensing Transparency Act. Section 2, annual licensing status
Without objection,
report.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of this committee from the Pacific Northwest, where hydropower makes up the majority of our energy mix, I am very proud to lead this effort to enhance transparency and help streamline the non-federal hydropower licensing process with my colleague from Idaho, Representative Fulcher. This bill will support the proper permitting of clean, abundant, affordable energy by allowing Congress, tribes, resource agencies, and ratepayers to better track the status of the licensing process for new and existing hydropower license applications. Every 30 to 50 years, hydropower dams must relicense their dams with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, in order to continue operating a facility. And hydropower dams in my district are critical to keeping the lights on and the power flowing, and several, including the Rock Island Dam at Chelan County PUD, are due for relicensing at the end of 2028. Now, this relicensing process is typically very lengthy, in part for good reason. The public comment period needs to be robust for all parties to weigh in. Without that input, we risk potentially devastating environmental consequences on regional ecosystems. Now, with relicensing activities set to double in the coming decade and the process typically taking 7 to 10 years to complete, there are crucial reforms needed to cut red tape without compromising this careful consideration. Otherwise, we could risk not having affordable, accessible power when we need it. So this amendment that I'm introducing adds new licenses to the annual reporting, which are the most sensitive to licensing costs and delays. Existing projects have a revenue stream to pull from that allows the licensee to fund these processes, but new projects are completely sourced by developers. So this common sense bipartisan bill takes the first step by enhancing transparency and tracking progress on any given relicensing process for all parties involved. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on comprehensive bipartisan relicensing reform, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any additional discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the ANS H.R. 3657 by my colleague, Representative Schreier of Washington. The state of this bill requires the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission report annually on a progress it is making on getting hydropower facilities licensed and relicensed. Despite increased demands for reliable and clean energy like hydro, FERC has not demonstrated an ability to license and relicense its facilities in a timely manner. For that reason, more congressional oversight is needed. This bill will help us address potential obstacles to the licensing process while streamlining that process. Mr. Chairman and members, I urge and support passage. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is anyone additionally? The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk labeled FC_HR 3657_01.
The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Would the gentlelady please repeat that?
FC_HR 3657_01.
Amendment to the amendment and the nature of a substitute to HR 3657, offered by Ms. Castor. Page 1, line 12, insert, and for each subsequent license.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment to the amendment and the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to commend Congresswoman Schreier and Congressman Fulcher for their bipartisan work on this bill, which can hopefully help inform conversations about hydropower licensing. I also want to thank Chairman Guthrie's professional staff who've been able to work together with us in a bipartisan way on this bill. I just wish we were able to work together on more things in a bipartisan fashion as we move forward. My amendment simply makes technical and conforming changes to Representative Schreier's amendment based on technical assistance from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to make sure that the report required by the bill would catch smaller hydropower dams undergoing the relicensing process and dams operated by tribal nations. I urge support of this amendment and hope we can voice vote it unanimously. I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The vote will now occur on the amendment and the substitute. Yeah? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of the substitute will respond by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed upon. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3657 as amendment. All those in favor say aye. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Aye. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagon. Ms. Badagon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How's Mr. Hudson recorded?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye.
How's Ms. Fedorchak recorded?
Ms. Fedorchak is not recorded. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye.
How's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Not too good. Yeah, but Sarah went back and forth with the warranty company. Well, she thought she was making progress with the chat for about an hour and a half, and then the chat just came back. She thinks it's a bot. They just said that this company is still servicing the contract. After all, the purposes say that they can show that they need to be changed. Just sorry, this company still servicing. We can't reach them.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there are 47 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3015 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3015, a bill to reestablish the National Coal Council and the Department of Energy to provide advice and recommendations to the Secretary of Energy on matters related to coal and the coal industry. and
Without
other
objection, the
purposes.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sit here in support of H.R. 301. This is a bill that's going to save the coal industry, and it's going to help protect the American grid. Coal is crucial for U.S. energy security. Previous administrations have stood by coal. The previous administration, however, waged a war against coal, harming our grid and putting us at jeopardy, putting thousands of jobs at stake, raising energy costs for millions of Americans. We saw this in Ohio 6 with the closure of the Samus plant. We had 600 people go out of work. The grid was in jeopardy. Coal plants are affected by this last administration's move. The Biden administration went so far as reworking the National Coal Council to fit radical Green New Deal agendas before killing it completely. President Trump and the Department of Energy have called for the reestablishment of the National Coal Council to help unleash American energy. The DOE officially reestablished the National Coal Council on June 16th. But H.R. 3015 is needed to ensure that the National Coal Council is set into law. The National Coal Council will cement American energy dominance, increase domestic production, improve conditions for workers, strengthen industrial base, support thousands of jobs. When all we have to do is when we look at the opposition party and we see a philosophical change where we're actually going to support countries like Russia and Germany and China and India, where they are building brand new coal plants every single month. And these coal plants are not to the EPA standards that we are used to in the United States of America. So for the love of God, let's protect the coal industry and let's move forward. It was only 3 Christmases ago that we were within 2 hours of the entire American grid melting down. We saw this. And we have to protect coal. We have to make sure that when the grid needs more and they call up these power plants to give it everything they got, that the coal industry is still online. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Are there any amendments to be, Mr. Pallone is recognized.
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, at the desk labeled FC_HR 3015_28.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 3015 offered by Mr. Pallone. At the end, insert the following. C, limitation. This act shall not take effect if the Secretary of Energy has published notice.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the sponsor's enthusiasm that I just heard. But I mean, the bottom line is that exactly 1 week ago, the Department of Energy noticed in the Federal Register that it was bringing back the National Coal Council. I don't know if we just, you guys just missed the notice, Mr. Chairman, but DOE wrote a letter to Chairman Guthrie. I've got it right here. I'd ask unanimous consent that it be introduced into the record. And it makes, is that okay?
Is so ordered.
Okay. I mean, the letter makes clear that the DOE has reestablished the National Coal Council and has issued it a new charter. Well, I mean, you'd think that would be it. We don't need to do this bill because it's already happened. But just in case the Republicans aren't willing to do that and want to move on with this bill, which is totally unnecessary, my amendment would make clear because why we don't need to keep talking about it. But if you want to, the amendment would ensure that the bill doesn't go into effect if DOE has published a notice that it's reestablishing the Coal Council in the last year, which it has. So I don't know why we're doing this other than from, I guess, a message point of view. Now, if somebody's going to say that this bill is necessary so that a future president can't shut down the Coal Council in the future, I mean, the bill doesn't do that, but let's say they do. All advisory councils are subject to a 2-year lifespan. That's the law. So if you really wanted to make it beyond the 2 years, you would have to change the law to say that, these advisory councils are permanent. But right now, the bill accomplishes nothing because the Coal Council is back in. It's in for the rest of the 2-year term, and the gentleman's bill doesn't make it permanent. So I don't know why we're even doing the bill. But in any case, let me get to the larger point that I think it's kind of crazy that we're here talking about the National Coal Council during a week when grid operators up and down the East Coast are desperate for any source of electricity they can find. Marginal power prices reached well over $1,000 per megawatt hour multiple times yesterday in PJM, the power market that we're sitting in right now. And coincidentally, PJM has extraordinarily little solar energy on its grid, a vanishing small amount. Every power plant of any sort that could have been built would have been tremendously useful this week. But Republicans don't want to talk about how to connect more power plants to the grid. If they did, they would have marked up Ranking Member Castor's bill to speed the interconnection process. They just want to talk about expensive natural gas and coal plants. You know what else would have been useful? Offshore wind would have been very useful. But Republicans are dead set on banning it for reasons that even the Secretary of Energy struggled to defend when he was here 2 weeks ago. So our committee is in charge of energy policy, but Republicans are sitting here debating how to add more fossil fuels to the grid while our constituents and communities are overheating and struggling to cool their homes. And we should be talking about what we can do to bring any sort of relief for reliability and for affordability for our constituents. But instead, we're talking about bringing back the National Coal Council, which has already been brought back. I think it's absurd, and I hope everyone notices what Republicans are prioritizing. And so I urge members to support my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized to strike the last word in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start off, let's refer to my good friends at Greenpeace who adamantly are opposed to offshore windmills because they kill the whales. And also, the first day of President Biden's administration, he shut down one of the most crucial pipelines in the country. So there is a reason why we have to have things permanent into law. This amendment would essentially nullify the underlying legislation by stating it cannot go into effect if the DOE has reestablished a coal council within a year prior to the date of enactment, which the Trump DOE has done. My legislation makes the coal council permanent by removing a requirement that council recharters every 2 years. It rightfully codifies the council to provide long-term certainty and expertise to all administrations that come in the future. The National Coal Council should be permanent and not subject to any political whims of any executive branches in the future. I urge all my colleagues for a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Let's be honest, this whole markup is a love affair or love letter to fossil fuels. My Republican colleagues like to dress up their intentions and face phrases like energy, security, and reliability. But this is all cover for a backward obsession with dirty fossil fuels and an irrational hatred of clean energy. My colleagues like to cite NERC's Summer Reliability Assessment to claim we are facing a reliability crisis driven by renewables. But the truth is, that's not what the 2025 Summer Reliability Assessment says. California leads the country in clean energy development, but NERC gives California high marks for having sufficient energy reserves. Rather, it's Texas, the Midwest, and the Plain States that are unprepared to meet the summer energy demand. In fact, NERC says batteries are saving Texas grid. I quote, "Lower risk is attributed to a near doubling of battery energy storage capacity and improved energy availability from new battery storage and operational rules." In fact, across the country, NERC expects new solar and battery resources additions to provide over 35 gigawatts in peak capacity this summer. Let that sink in. Solar and batteries are driving an increase in peak capacity of the grid. Batteries have reduced the likelihood of a grid emergency in Texas by 12% since last year. Renewables are helping improve reliability. Renewables are meeting rising energy demand. So let's be honest, this isn't about reliability. It's about favoring fossil fuels over renewables. It's the same old politics, the same old climate denialism, the same old irrational hatred of clean energy. It's time to leave that in the past and build cleaner, cheaper, reliable energy. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentlewoman yield? Will you yield?
Yes, I yield to the
Thank you. I thought I heard my colleague cite to Greenpeace. Can I ask if that was accurate? Was it Greenpeace?
Yeah, Greenpeace actually
Okay.
sent the buds out on Cape Cod. I have the
Okay.
videos. We could meet after that.
Thank
maybe
you. I
and
just
talk
wanted
about
I just
that.
wanted to confirm it was
Greenpeace.
Greenpeace because I heard Greenpeace.
Greenpeace.
Just I want to just for the record.
Save the whales.
I just want to for the record, and in fairness to Greenpeace, tell you all what Greenpeace thinks about coal. Okay, they don't support coal, so they wouldn't support this. And so to use Greenpeace to say, oh well, Greenpeace doesn't support this. The subject of this amendment is coal, which is one of the dirtiest sources of energy we have. And we know that it impacts low-income communities and communities of color pay the price for coal pollution. They have done that for decades, okay, with higher rates of asthma, heart disease, and early death. So if you're gonna cite to Greenpeace, why don't we fairly cite to their position on the underlying bill, which is coal, which they don't support and know that it pollutes the air. The other thing that was raised was cost on consumers. Yet, this is the same party that's about to pass a reconciliation bill that's going to raise costs for consumers and households because they're taking away all these clean energy tax credits. So I support the amendment. I think it's duplicative, and I think that the citation to Greenpeace was not in fairness. They also would, I think, support the elimination of coal and moving away from that. But in this with this amendment, rather with this council, it's already been done. There is really no need. It's completely duplicative, and it ignores Cole's harmful public health impacts. With that, I yield back to the gentlewoman.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lauda? No. Mr. Lauda votes no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James?
No.
Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Aye. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks is not recorded.
How is Mr. Dunn?
Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no.
How is Mr. Dunn reported?
Mr. Dunn is not recorded.
How is
Mr. Dunn votes no.
How is Mr. Bilirakis reported?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes no.
How is Mr. Fulcher reported?
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded.
Does anyone else wish to be recognized? Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is recorded as no.
The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3015. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan. Mr. Soto. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Kane is not recorded. Mr. Kane votes aye.
Does
Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? The clerk.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 25 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3617 and asks the clerk to report. The bill is adopted. The chair now calls up H.R. 3617 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3617, a bill to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act to secure the supply.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. The chair has an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3617, offered by Mr. Joyce. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the amendment of the Ains? Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. 118 HR 1068. Amendment nature substitute. Today, we have an opportunity to advance a bold, transformative vision for our nation's energy future through my Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act. This bill is a bold step toward ensuring the United States leads energy innovation, security, and independence. The Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act redefines critical energy resource to empower the Department of Energy with a clear mandate to secure the supply of minerals essential to our energy sector. This is an important first step to ensure that the Department of Energy is clearly focused on our country's critical energy resources. This bill truly could not come at a more crucial time for our country. Adversaries such as China currently control over 80% of global rare earth refining capacity, and Russia has about 44% of the world's uranium enrichment capacity, supplying some 35% of the U.S. imports for nuclear fuel. According to the Department of Energy, if we are serious about having an all-of-the-above energy approach, we must find a way to produce these critical energy minerals domestically. My bill puts us one step closer to doing that. My legislation directs the DOE to conduct ongoing assessments of supply chain vulnerabilities, develop strategies to strengthen domestic production, and invest in innovative technologies. It equips our nation to counter anti-competitive tactics and human rights abuses in global markets, ensuring America's energy systems are resilient, self-reliant, and humane. This is about unleashing American energy, powering our factories, fueling innovation, and securing our future. The Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act is a cornerstone for reshoring manufacturing, reducing dependence on foreign dictators and despots, and building an energy-independent America. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and unleash the full potential of American energy. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to emphasize a very simple truth. If we are serious about securing America's energy future, then we must be serious about securing our critical mineral supply chain. These minerals, like lithium, cobalt, and nickel, are the building blocks of our modern economy. They power the batteries in our electric vehicles, stabilize our grid through energy storage, and support everything from cell phones to national defense systems. In my district in Southern California, we sit on top of one of the largest untapped lithium reserves in North America, right in the heart of Imperial County's Lithium Valley. This is an opportunity not just to meet global demand, but to do it the right way, creating good-paying jobs, boosting local economies, and investing in clean energy innovation right here at home. But here's the bottom line. Mineral extraction alone is not enough. If we want to lead the future, we must build, we must refine, we must manufacture right here in the United States. And that means making full use of the historic investments Congress already passed, like those in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. These laws are about security. They are about competitiveness. The IRA contains billions of dollars to support battery innovation, domestic processing, and the creation of entire supply chains, from extraction to production to recycling. Yet instead of building on this progress, Republicans are rolling back these very investments. They're trying to repeal or gut key IRA funding that supports domestic battery innovation, clean energy tax credits, and American manufacturing. These cuts would sabotage our momentum, leave us dependent on adversaries like China, and delay the benefits that communities like mine are starting to see. We cannot afford to play politics with our energy future. So instead of pushing bills like HR 3617, which don't actually invest in critical minerals, and that in fact confuse and dilute DOE's ongoing efforts related to critical mineral supply chains, the majority should instead focus on increasing funding for the very programs they are seeking to shut down. HR 3617 doesn't actually strengthen critical mineral supply chains, and it leaves a door open for fossil fuels like coal to benefit from efforts to strengthen critical mineral supply chains. Another backdoor entry for fossil fuel. If we are serious about strengthening the American supply chain, we need to defend and expand the tools that actually make it possible. Let's invest in our future, not retreat from it. I oppose the amendment and the bill. I urge a no vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question now occurs on approving the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3617. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Soto. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How's the gentlelady from Indiana reported?
Mrs. Houchin votes aye.
How's the gentleman from New Jersey reported?
The gentleman is not recorded.
Does
Mr. King
anyone
votes
else wish
aye.
to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it, the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 30. The chair calls up H.R. 3109 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3109, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on?
Chairman.
The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Strike last word in
You're
support of the
recognized for
legislation.
5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 3109, the Refiner Act. Over the last several years, the United States refining capacity has contracted. While some of this capacity loss has been due to external factors, state and sometimes federal policy have made it more and more difficult to operate within certain jurisdictions. This is not a new problem. Our nation's last major U.S. refinery was built in 1977, almost 50 years ago. And at this time, we need more refining capacity, not less. Not only has this increased the price at the pump during peak demand seasons, but it has also increased fuel dependency on non-U.S. sources for areas like the West Coast that are supply constrained. This increasing dependence runs counter to the policy goals of this administration and the needs of our nation. My legislation, researching efficient federal improvements for necessary energy refining, or Refiner Act, will help increase energy refining capacity in the United States. This very simple legislation requires the collection of critical information, including identifying factors leading to low refining capacity. With that information, the National Petroleum Council will submit a report to the Secretary of Energy and Congress presenting recommendations to expand refining capacity and ensure an abundance of affordable and reliable energy in the United States. Well, I'm disappointed that none of my Democratic colleagues join me in introducing this legislation or supporting it through the subcommittee markup. It is important to note that this bill has been historically supported and passed through this committee on a bipartisan basis. Simply put, again, we need more refining capacity in this country, not less, and my legislation helps that effort. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Is there any additional discussion on the legislation? Seeing none, a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Bentz recorded?
Mr. Bentz is not recorded. Mr. Bentz votes aye.
How is Ms. Houchin reported?
Mrs. Houchin is not recorded.
How
Mrs.
is
Houchin
Dr.
votes
Dunn
aye.
reported?
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
How is Mr. Langworthy reported?
Mr. Langworthy is not recorded.
How is
Mr.
Mr.
Langworthy
Hudson?
votes aye.
How is Mr. Hudson reported?
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye.
How is Dr. Ruiz recorded?
Dr. Ruiz is not recorded. Dr. Ruiz votes no.
How is Ms. Fletcher reported?
Ms. Fletcher is recorded as no. Ms. Fletcher is off no and on aye.
How is Mr. Crenshaw reported?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 20 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. The chair calls up committee print of H.R. 3062 and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of H.R. 3062, a bill to establish a more uniform, transparent, and
Without
modern
objection, the
process.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to speak in support of this bill, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, which is included in today's package. For far too long, energy developers have faced an outdated and unpredictable permitting process that has delayed and even canceled critical infrastructure projects, costing taxpayers millions of dollars and weakening American energy security. Right now, if you want to build a pipeline or a transmission line between the U.S. and Canada, or the U.S. and Mexico, you're stuck navigating a patchwork of executive orders, undefined agency processes, and shifting political winds. That's no way to build long-term energy infrastructure and increase revenue. We need a cross-border permitting process that increases revenue, provides certainty, and can't be undone with the stroke of a pen. We all remember the Keystone XL pipeline, which would have carried 830,000 barrels of much-needed oil daily from Alberta to refineries in the Midwest and Texas. That would have meant real opportunity for my state of North Dakota, my communities, more jobs, more tax revenue, and more energy produced right here at home. After a decade of holdup by protests and endless litigation, the project permit, approved by President Trump in 2017, was reversed on day one of the Biden administration to appease environmental activists. With that single decision, thousands of good-paying jobs were lost, many in my state of North Dakota. Make no mistake about it, the same thing could and will happen to cross-border electric power lines. This legislation will help fix this problem. It requires congressional approval to reverse a cross-border project. No more unilateral decisions based on politics. Instead of relying on presidential permits, this bill establishes a certificate of crossing, a clear statutory process overseen by FERC for oil and gas and by DOE for electricity. It puts experts in charge of reviewing these projects, clearly defines border crossing facility, sets firm timelines, and provides the regulatory certainty developers need to invest, hire, and build. We're trying to modernize an outdated system that doesn't reflect the complexity of importance of today's energy networks. This legislation strengthens America's role as a global energy leader. It supports job creation, economic growth, and the reliable, affordable energy that families, farmers, and businesses across this country depend on. I urge my colleagues to support this provision and stand with American energy and American workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say this bill looks all too familiar to me, and that's not just because Republicans tried to include a pay-to-play permitting scheme based on this bill in their reconciliation package. And in this case, it didn't even make it past the House Rules Committee. It's not in the reconciliation. I'm also, I just also remember because they included this in H.R. 1 last Congress, the Polluters Over People Act. But it's actually, the bill is actually over a decade old, and it's the fourth or fifth time it's made its way through this committee. We debated it way back in 2015 when Republicans were putting together an energy package to argue against President Obama's policies related to the Keystone pipeline. And this is what the bill is all about. It's about Keystone, not any current energy challenge or problems facing people today or this decade, but the Keystone pipeline that was abandoned 4 years ago. But for whatever reason, Republicans are obsessed with relitigating the past instead of focusing on the future or challenges about how to make the grid cleaner or more reliable or more affordable. They just want to argue Keystone some more. So, Mr. Chairman, I really am begging Republicans to focus on the importance of supporting all energy sources, not just fossil fuels, not to make people pay more to keep coal plants online or to send all our natural gas overseas or to ignore state clean water rules for pipelines, or to get rid of tax credits that make energy affordable. But the problem seems to be that, on the other side, the Republicans are out of ideas. This bill is basically the tired politics that we just can't seem to find our way out of, and I hope that moving forward, Republicans can actually talk about some new ideas to address our current energy challenges, because there are a lot. Part of those challenges, or a big part of it, is trying to make it easier for Americans to afford their energy. But I just don't see that happening today, certainly not with this bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with the words from the gentlelady from North Dakota. Most people may or may not be aware of that, but the Keystone Pipeline would have come into my district there on the Gulf Coast of Texas. We're set up to handle heavy crude, all kinds of crude, really. For those of you who don't know, the Keystone Pipeline carries 830,000 barrels of product a day. That's a day. Now, you want to keep from polluting. They like the rhetoric of polluters over people. Well, it's about time that their rhetoric was more reasonable than unreasonable, because that's just not the case. This means good energy for Texas. It means good energy for the United States. It means jobs. It means the price of oil would be relatively stable. For those of you who don't know, the average 18-wheeler carries about 7,000 gallons of product each tank load. So if you do the math and you consider with 42-gallon barrels of oil, that equals about 167 barrels in one tanker per day. So when you've got 18-wheelers on the highway carrying 158 barrels per trip, that's 5,253 18-wheelers on the highway every day. You want to talk about putting polluters over people? This is a great way to do it. The pipeline is the most efficient way to move this product. Again, it means American energy. It means American jobs. It means stability in the marketplace. This Keystone Pipeline is a must. It is a good project. It is a good bill. I compliment the lady from North Dakota, and just simply say, Mr. Chairman, that this is something that we should have done way back when, and we ought to be set to do it now. Otherwise, we would have a lot of 18-wheelers on the highway, not just to mention putting out diesel exhaust, sometimes causing wrecks, sometimes not. Sometimes people just get in their way. But the point of the matter is, that was a good project. It was reasonable, it was cost-effective, and it was much needed, and yet the left killed it with their rhetoric over reasonableness. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chairman asks Mr. Peters from California. Mr.
Thank you,
Peters recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike last word. I really appreciate Representative Fedorchak for sponsoring this bill and introducing it, and for the energy and reliability experience she brings to the committee. We had a chance to chat person to person recently, and I'm grateful for her offering a bill that mentions transmission and grid infrastructure. The Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act takes some steps to depoliticize the permitting process for cross-border infrastructure of all kinds, whether it's transmission or pipelines, and provides specific deadlines for agencies to meet when issuing permits, which is the kind of thing I think we should all support. And while much of this is something that I could see as part of a bipartisan energy and permitting package, I'm not going to support it on its own today. And I just want to say, I say this to the chairman, I just haven't seen the committee show a willingness yet to actually engage in a bipartisan way on actual solutions to the energy issues we're facing when it comes to transmission in the grid. We had a lot of bills here. I think only one was a Democratic bill. I'm in the minority. I'm not expecting 2/3 of them or half of them, but maybe a third of them could be some of our ideas we could get some discussion on. But more important, we're facing this undeniable increase in demand. We got to figure out what the toolbox is, and we just need to do this together. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like you to call us together to talk about actually solving this problem in a comprehensive way. I think that would be useful. I think you have a bunch of willing partners here. And in our hearing with Secretary Wright, you indicated your interest in doing bipartisan packages. And we We're just not seeing that yet. I know we're still early in the term, and I hope we can get there. And I hope to work with Representative Fedorchak, again, a great addition to the committee, Ranking Member Pallone, Ms. Castor, Mr. Guthrie, and Chair Latta on a bipartisan path forward on these issues. We're just not there yet. I hope we get there, and I yield back.
Well, gentlemen, yield. Gentlemen, yield. Thanks, and there were some efforts to work together, I'll say. But however, what I'll say that is I know your offer to work together is sincere. Mine is sincere that we have to have bipartisan policy going forward. To build the energy they have to build, it takes an enormous amount of investment. And when the rules seem to change, I know one Congress can bind and can't bind the next, but when we do it together, sometimes it's more stability. And we need to find that pathway to stability. And I appreciate your offer to do that, and I will make sure that we figure out a way that if we can, we will work together.
And again, I think it's in all of our interests to do that because you do need 60 votes in the Senate. I think we've reconfirmed that again this week. So you're going to need some Democrats. I'm happy to help you get them, but let's work together to see if we can't meet these energy demands in a way that makes sense for everybody. And again, appreciate this effort, and I yield back.
I appreciate it. Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, does the gentleman request a roll call vote? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs, the question now occurs on approving the committee print of H.R. 3062. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman.
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak.
Aye.
Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone say Dr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn is not recorded.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Dr. Miller Meeks?
Dr. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Dr. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Anyone on the Democrat side? Ms. Kamick?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
Good job running. Any others presenting for entering the roll call? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1949 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1949, a bill to repeal restrictions.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To speak in favor of the legislation.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act requires that natural gas exports to countries that have free trade agreement with the U.S. be approved without delay. For countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the U.S., the Energy Secretary is required to approve export requests unless they find such exports will not be consistent with the public interest. But this is where we've gotten into trouble. Therefore, the Natural Gas Act includes a very rebuttable presumption in favor of authorizing U.S. LNG exports, knowing that there are just a handful of free trade agreement countries. In early 2024, after succumbing to political pressure from environmental activists, the Biden-Harris administration announced an indefinite ban on issuing export permits to non-free trade agreement countries while it reviewed the climate impacts of U.S. LNG. During this ban, Russia overtook the U.S. as the lead gas supplier to Europe, and long-term American contracts were jeopardized. Global buyers were forced to look towards less clean and less reliable sources from adversarial nations. Thankfully, the Trump administration quickly reversed this ban, and just last month, the OE issued its first LNG export approval. My legislation, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, would ensure that a ban is never again placed on LNG exports. By removing DOE from the process, export restrictions would be repealed and LNG exports would have equal treatment with other commodities already in place and other issues that we have already faced. LNG exports unequivocally benefit our economy and domestic prices, and Congress must act to remove the politics from energy exports, just as this committee did in 2015 when it lifted the crude oil export ban. The IEA expects global gas demand to reach record highs in the coming years, underscoring the need for new LNG supply. And it must be the United States, not Iran, not Russia, nor any other adversarial country that meets that demand and supplies affordable, clean, and abundant LNG to the world. Iran is just one example and one of 4 countries with substantial proven natural gas reserves. And the conflict that we have currently seen there, instigated by Iran's terrorist notions and actions over the last few years, reminds us of the geopolitical risk posed when adversarial regimes control energy supplies. At a time when Iran continues to seek leverage and using its resources for strategic influence and direct opposition to U.S. and Western interest, American LNG must fill the gap in the global market. Our allies and trading partners should not be dependent on nefarious actors that use energy revenues to fund terrorism. U.S. LNG offers not only energy security, but also geopolitical stability, reliability, and cleaner alternatives for buyers around the world. I wish that we were not here in this situation, but it is the facts of the previous administration, and that is all we can go on, that demonstrated a willingness to kill this industry. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1949 and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under current law, a gas company is required to receive approval from the Department of Energy to export to make sure that that export to a non-free trade agreement country is in the public interest. When we marked up this bill in subcommittee, there was a bit of confusion, though, on all parts about the scope of the bill and how it might apply to certain countries. So I want to make sure we have that on the record here at the full committee and shed some light on it. So I have a few questions for council. Council, right now FERC handles the siting and permitting for LNG facilities themselves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the Department of Energy handles the approvals for facilities to export LNG to non-free trade agreement nations, a public interest test. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this bill, as written, would wouldn't move that public interest test to FERC. It would eliminate it entirely. Is that correct?
It requires FERC to deem all exports in the public interest.
Right. So it's a free pass, a get out of jail free card. And I know my good friend from Texas characterizes this as trouble. This is politics. That's not what the public interest is. The public interest review means we get to examine the impact on energy prices for American consumers and businesses. In fact, I'll offer for the record a letter from the Industrial Energy Consumers of America who oppose H.R. 1949 and raise concerns that if we're exporting our gas, it's going to increase the prices that they pay for industrial manufacturing and production in America. The same goes for consumers. This would mean you would have no public interest review for national security concerns. You would have no public interest review for environmental or climate concerns. What a gift, what a giveaway for gas companies to not have to have any examination of whether or not that export to a non-free trade agreement country is in the public interest. It's truly outrageous. It's deeply, deeply concerning. And just because the gentleman from Texas flagged this issue last time, page 3 of the bill maintains the applicability of sanctions. Council, if there are no sanctions on an importing nation or final destination or purpose, then under the bill, there's no regulation to stop LNG from going to wherever the buyer wants it to go. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question?
If there are no sanctions on an importing nation or final destination or person, then under this bill, there's nothing stopping LNG from going to wherever the buyer wants it to go.
If the president invokes the authority listed on page 3, it can restrict the flow, but otherwise it is a free open market.
I am so glad you mentioned that because here's the new wrinkle, friends. I know the president says and does a lot of things these days, arbitrary, costly tariffs, threats to Canada, Greenland, things like that. But it's important for this committee and the public to know what he said yesterday. He actually said and posted on social media that he's encouraging the Chinese Communist Party to buy Iranian crude oil, which is a violation of our sanctions. In fact, it's completely inconsistent with the sanctions he announced himself at the end of April and in February to put maximum pressure on Iran to stop their exports to China because the money that Iran makes from the Chinese Communist Party is fueling their terrorist aims, their financing of terrorist proxies. So I understand I frankly don't understand where this administration is going when it comes to policy. It's important to have a public interest test, especially with a president who is acting so arbitrarily and is taking a 180-degree turn from what he just announced a couple of months ago. So colleagues, it's more important than ever to keep this public interest test. Make sure that we put the public at the center of what we're doing here in Congress, rather than gas companies who really don't have a care or concern for where that gas ends up, whether it's China or our adversaries or anywhere else. Thanks, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the bill, and I will yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my colleague from Florida is right. We did litigate this ad nauseum in the subcommittee. And I want to push back on something that was just said, which is entirely false. It's not just sanctions that have to be in place for the president to limit the export of natural gas. It also includes the International Emergency Economics Power Act, the National Emergencies Act, the Trading with the Enemy Act, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, and any other provision of law that imposes sanctions on foreign government that the president could deem is not in the public interest. But the Natural Gas Act has deemed that it is in the public interest to export LNG. And what the previous administration found, for political reasons, they used political reasons to stop and pause, knowing full well that by doing that, contracts would be canceled, the production would cease, and that they would put energy companies in this country in a dire situation to not be able to produce, which also affects our supplies right here. So it is so tiresome to hear these non-factual arguments and then to hear that the president isn't listening to America. Oh, he listened on November 5th. He listened loud and clear because energy was on the ballot. Because the previous administration took every opportunity to kill fossil fuels. And I will remind my colleagues that in September of 2019, when then candidate Biden was running, and I quote, "I will kill the fossil fuel industry," end quote, candidate Biden. And he used every tool, every weapon, and an arsenal that we have never seen before, including regulatory action, to do just that. Thank goodness districts like mine, districts like my colleague, Mr. Weber, districts like those in North Dakota, in the Marcellus, in Pennsylvania, and Ohio, were resilient enough to withstand those attacks. This is common sense. This bill is common sense. It absolutely retains a public interest commitment because it agrees with statute. What it reduces and what it removes and what it deletes is the politicization that we saw for 4 straight years. We saw it on gas stoves, we saw it with refrigerants, we saw it with EV mandates, we saw it with everything this committee has debated. This is an easy one. This smooths it out. If a country is nefarious, the president has every opportunity, not just with sanctions, to limit exports. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to me, and I yield back. Is any further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have to respond to what the gentleman from Texas just said about the prior administration and political reasons and killing fossil fuel and all the contracts that were impacted by it. But then how could you all be silent about what this administration's doing when they're looking to kill the offshore wind industry, for example, where there were contracts where you're not going to see development, where you're not going to see good paying jobs in places like Massachusetts and New Jersey, clearly for political, I'll yield to you, clearly for political reasons. So if you don't like what the prior administration did, whether you agree with the policy or not, but you attribute it to a political decision, then how can you watch this administration make similar decisions about energy production in this country, which are fueled by political ideology? I'll yield to you.
Yeah, thank you. Earlier in the debate on a previous bill, it was said that if something doesn't positively affect a constituency, then they shouldn't have to pay for it. Nobody's saying that you can't use certain types of energy, okay? We're just saying we don't want to pay for it and subsidize it. That's the bottom line, is that Americans don't want to subsidize it. They don't want to pay for it. So that's what the president is saying, and I think he's made it pretty clear. And by the way, if these energy sources are good enough, they will compete. They will rise up. You know, they will compete. They will provide the electrons. And we've had a lot of hearings. Thank you for yielding the time.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, but I also want to touch on some of the testimony that we've heard from folks throughout the course of this committee's work, this Congress. We've had a Secretary of Energy who does not acknowledge even the term renewable energy. We've had folks from the administration who literally could not acknowledge that renewable energy helps with our energy production in this country. That is a political determination that is not based in fact, because we've seen it in Texas, right? One of the largest producers of renewable energy through wind and solar. We know that that's driven down the cost for users and consumers in Texas, right? But this administration, and they've sat here, right, can't even say the words. That is a political decision that is not based in data or what is good for this country. So I have to reassert my point that this administration is making political decisions, trying to give one last-ditch effort to old energy production legacy sources and penalizing those that the previous administration had tried to uplift. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw is recognized. Only two Texans talking. So gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word. I just want to make some general comments about this bill and the theme of all of these bills. On this bill in particular, it's hard for me to understand, and frankly all of these bills, how these are so controversial and partisan. We're talking about exporting more LNG. If we we think about how America has reduced its carbon emissions back to around 1990 levels, well, it's because fracking and LNG displaced coal. I've heard a lot of talk about how much everyone hates coal. Well, the market itself, the oil and gas market, is what displaced it, and there's 50% less emissions when you're burning LNG versus coal. So imagine exporting more of that. You know, if you care about global emissions, it is a global problem. And the most likely scenario when you export LNG to developing countries is that it displaces the dirty coal that they're burning. I don't understand why that's a controversial subject. The basic theme of most of these bills is grid reliability. We all agree, I hope, on the future problem that America and the entire world has, which is a massive increase in energy demand, bigger than what we thought before, because now we have to include the advent of AI and the data centers that are required to power those things. Yeah, we need all of it. And these bills, the themes we're seeing here is grid reliability. It was said that there's nothing, if you cared about this stuff, then you would have something about transmission lines in here. There's at least 2 bills in here that directly address that. Why is this controversial? Do we have different voters at home? Do you all have districts where voters only maybe want 8 hours of energy per day in the future? I really doubt that. I think we all have the same voters with the same interests who want reliable, affordable energy. And we're not attacking renewables in these bills either. By the way, renewables have not exactly had it bad. Let's not make them the victim here. They were the recipient of, hundreds of billions of dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act in grant money? We don't even know where that went. The EPA Inspector General came in here and told us they don't even know where it went. They've been recipients of tax credits for decades, and they have the audacity to say that it's cheaper. And if it's so much cheaper, then why do they need tax credits and hundreds of billions of dollars worth of grants? It's a bit of a paradox. So look, I don't know why this stuff is controversial. We're not going too far here. We want grid reliability. Your voters want grid reliability. Our voters want grid reliability. They want energy that works and turns on. That's the basic theme of these bills, and I think we should all support them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll just say very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I don't think people should mischaracterize our concerns with this bill, because I support LNG exports, but that's not what this bill says. What this bill does is it removes all safeguards to prevent American LNG from going to foreign entities of concern. And I know my colleague, Ms. Castor, and others are going to have amendments to narrow it. But that's all we're saying is, if you're going to export LNG, make sure it's in the public interest. So don't mischaracterize what we think about natural gas or about LNG or anything else, because that's not what we're talking about here. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Further discussion, gentlelady from Texas, recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond briefly. I wasn't quick enough to ask Mr. Menendez to some of his time to me, but I did want to respond just to one thing that he said in the exchange with Mr. Pfluger, because as Mr. Pfluger knows, and as many of you all know here, Mr. Weber, my friends from Texas, Mr. Goldman, I'm a huge fan of LNG exports. I disagreed with the Biden administration policy with the pause on LNG. I disagreed, as Mr. Weber and I were just discussing, with the revoking the Keystone permit, the Keystone Pipeline permit. So there are a lot of issues where we have a lot of agreement. But I do just want to follow up on what Mr. Menendez said, because I think it is very dangerous for all of us, and we should all agree that while we are pursuing policy objectives, that this penalizing of industries, penalizing of red states or blue states isn't something any of us should support. We're all here to do what's right for all of the people in this country. And I think Mr. Pfluger mentioned that one of the issues was not wanting to have to subsidize some of these technologies, some of these industries. And so I just wanted to point out that it isn't just subsidies that we're talking about, but on his first day in office, President Trump issued an executive order removing all of the outer continental shelf areas from offshore wind leasing. So it is affecting New Jersey. Now, one has gone through for New York, and that was kind of a deal. That was a deal. But basically, for these states that want to do it, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, and others, certainly we had wind lease we had a lease sale in the Gulf in the last administration that was unsuccessful. But this executive order is the same kind of thing that, you know, we're hearing we don't like. And I think I didn't like either of them. So I feel at least I've been consistent there. I don't think we should be doing these things. And so it isn't simply a question of subsidies and tax policy. It's a question that here on his very first day in office, did something very similar to what you're complaining about. And so I think it's important that we all try to rise above that. And as you said, Chairman Guthrie, earlier, really try to create durable, smart policy that will withstand any administration. It is not good for any of us. It's not good for the people we represent. It's not good for all these industries that we're talking about, whether it is, you know, traditional fossil fuels, renewable energy. It's not good for any of them to be in such an unpredictable environment, a regulatory environment where they can't predict what's going to happen. They can't make long-term investments. That's not good. And so what we need is Congress to come in and make rules that will last from administration to administration. And the place where we absolutely need to start, and the thing that we need to do in a bipartisan way in this Congress, is do permitting reform and get it across the finish line. I know I sound like a broken record. I know Mr. Peters brings it up at every opportunity. It's a great opportunity for us to do something that's really going to last. So again, I just wanted to add that to what Mr. Menendez said, because I do think many of us on this side of the aisle see a very troubling pattern, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later, of a consolidation of power in the executive branch that we don't like, and that I'm hearing from you, you didn't like in the last administration. So it's an opportunity for us to do our job and prevent those things from happening by getting it done over here. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Colorado's time, yield back? No, it wasn't my time. She had her own. Oh, she took her own time. I thought she took a yield. All right, so gentlelady yields back? Oh, I thought you did have your. Yeah, it was your own time. It was Ms. Kessler. So the gentlelady from Virginia, oh, wait, on the Republican side, gentlelady from Virginia, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the gentleman from Texas yield for a question? Mr. Pfluger, sorry, there are lots of members from Texas. Will Mr. Pfluger yield for a question?
Sure.
Thank you. So I heard you say.
It's your time.
Yeah. So I heard you say that you did not necessarily oppose clean energy, but you did oppose subsidies for it. And I know in our 26-hour markup, a lot happened, so I could have missed something. And then I know the Rules Committee changed the bill at the literal 11th hour before it came to the floor. Can you identify any of the subsidies or tax breaks for the fossil fuels that were included in the rescission bill?
Any that are dissimilar from every other manufacturing segment of our country, no. None that are special in any characteristic, not a single characteristic that look or resemble anything that other manufacturing in our country, because it is manufacturing, does not get. No, I cannot.
Okay, and is it the gentleman's position that the manufacturing of clean energy is different from any other manufacturing?
It's my opinion that energy, regardless of how it is produced, should stand on its own, that it should be a marketplace and based on the ability to provide primary sources of energy, which we know there are reliable and non-reliable sources, and we've heard that testimony. So my position is that we should treat these types of energy for what they are and look at the math and the science and the physics of how effective and energy density would be the single metric that I would use to have that conversation, which probably exceeds a 5-minute conversation, but thank you.
Probably so, and I thank the gentleman for that. I just wanted to make sure I understood your position, but it seems to me that Congress overtakes the market all the time when it wants to invest in different types of energy generation to pick winners and losers that the market would not support all the time. We do that with energy, we do that with communications, and I just think it's inconsistent to say that we're gonna repeal some subsidies but not others, and then say we don't have a problem with this particular type of energy, we just don't want it to be subsidized by the government when all energy sources are subsidized by the government.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield.
I'm a true conservative, limited government, low taxes, and I wish all subsidies would go away.
Well, I would say if all subsidies went away, there would probably be no energy generation at all. At the end of the day, in most state constitutions, they allow electric utilities to recover the costs. And if there were no subsidies at all for generation, the cost likely would be too high for any customer to pay. And so I think that part of what we are trying to do is ensure that we can meet our energy demands in a way that is not going to overburden customers at the end of the day, and they have energy bills they can't pay. And Congress has done that for a long time. The states have done that for a long time on both energy and communications policy, on broadband policy. And I would just like to see a little intellectual consistency to say, if we're going to subsidize one type of energy, then we should subsidize another.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield.
Okay, since you asked me a question on the front end, don't believe me. I mean, I think the 7 independent service providers, operators that came in and testified in front of this committee pointed to one source and one source only as the most efficient, reliable, and low-cost source, and that was LNG, besides nuclear, which we agree on. But I'd love to place a friendly wager and invite you to come to my district and see the math and the science behind it, because I think that actually that natural gas, without any subsidy whatsoever, not a single dollar, penny, or any subsidy, would 100% above and beyond any other source provide that low-cost, reliable, affordable solution. Not to say that we can't use the other ones, because I think we can, but they have been propped up for a long time.
But we also heard all of these witnesses say we need an all-of-the-above energy approach. And we need an all-of-the-above energy approach that also recognizes that there are clean energy sources, like solar, that are currently the cheapest, cleanest, and most reliable under certain circumstances. And again, my point only is that you all seem to be picking and choosing which subsidies you like and which ones you don't based on which energy sources you prefer. And my only point is that if we're going to have a true all-of-the-above approach, then we need to look at the, I'm over time, so I'll yield it back, but I think you get my point.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Somebody? Okay, I thought I heard. Dr. Ruiz, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to insert for the record this Lazard Levelized Cost of Energy Analysis, June 2025, and these articles from Reuters that state that the current state of affairs shows that in an unsubsidized manner, renewable energy, solar and wind, remains the most cost-competitive form of generation. And as such, renewable energy will continue to play a key role in the build-out of new power generation in the U.S. This is particularly true in the current high-power demand environment where renewables stand out as both the lowest cost and quickest to deploy generation resource. So I know we've been talking about the cost of producing energy. This report clearly demonstrates that in an unsubsidized, toe-to-toe, mano a mano, that sun and wind produces energy at a lower cost and therefore will lower energy costs. In fact, it's saying that natural gas production is at a 10-year high. Energy costs for multiple factors, and it explains it in this report. So I'd like to submit this for the record.
No, seeing no objection, so ordered. Yields back. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Gentlelady from North Dakota seeks recognition. You have 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Pfluger, for bringing this forward. We definitely do need more LNG, more natural gas to solve the energy needs, not only in our country, but with our allies across the globe. And I will say, to the point of the playing field and levelizing the playing field, if whatever resource is the cheapest and has the attributes that the power grid needs, those will come forward. And so if it is true that wind and solar are the lowest cost without subsidies, and we remove the subsidies, it should be no problem. We should have tons more wind and solar if it can compete on a level playing field. There's been 32 years of subsidies for those resources. They're swamping our grid with and the interconnection queue, and so potentially blocking other resources out that the grid operators need to balance things and make sure that we have the reliable, affordable power for our citizens. And so without the subsidies, we will see if we get the One Big Beautiful Bill passed and there's a curtailing of the subsidies for wind and solar after 32 years, then we shall see if they truly are competitive on a per megawatt basis. And we should have, plenty of them moving forward to that end. So thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. There further discussion on the bill? Seeing no further discussion on the bill, are there any bipartisan amendments on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments on the bill? So what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, number FC_HR 1949_9.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 1949 offered by Ms. Castor.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's really get down to it of who is going to put their votes behind their rhetoric. This amendment would restore the public interest test for exports of liquefied natural gas from the United States of America to China. Over the past several months, the Energy Subcommittee has spent hours debating how we fortify our energy system to lower the cost of energy for our neighbors back home, to help maintain our competitive advantage when it comes to AI and manufacturing and electrification across the country. We are in this global competition with the Chinese Communist Party, and we have to do everything to win it. Not a single witness who's appeared there, nor at the Select Committee to counter the Chinese Communist Party, has said we should be helping China power their AI ambitions. So if my Republican colleagues are serious about that competition, they would agree we shouldn't be shipping American energy overseas to China to power their AI data centers and manufacturing. But here's kind of a dirty little secret that many folks are not aware of, and the gas companies certainly don't want you to know. China has been a significant importer of U.S. LNG. And then this head-scratcher announcement yesterday from the president that, which is, I know he said oil, but it just runs counter to everything that we've been trying to do in a bipartisan way to counter China and to oppose Iran as well, where he said, China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran. Hopefully they will be purchasing plenty from the U.S. also. It was my great honor to make this happen. I mean, it's just, I can't understate what a 180-degree turn this is. China has many, they've really tried to secure many long-term LNG contracts with U.S. projects. If all of these projects come online, U.S. LNG would represent, get this, up to a quarter of all of China's contracted LNG, up from about 3% last year. Through this bill, House Republicans now want to make it easier for China to import U.S. energy to power their industrial sector. They also want to seed the next generation of energy technologies to China, as evidenced by the gutting of the clean energy tax credits in their big ugly bill they passed in the dark of night. So again, colleagues, your rhetoric, record should match your rhetoric when it comes to China. You complain, as rightfully so, to Chinese forced labor, massive subsidies, their intellectual property theft. And then on the other hand, you want to allow amounts of U.S. resources to power Chinese factories? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. If this stands, then those products will now be made, if it just runs counter to everything that we've been working for. Don't just take it from me, however. I mentioned this earlier, but I want to read a little bit. The industrial energy consumers of America, America's manufacturers, they oppose this. They say, as manufacturers who compete with China and are price sensitive, Chinese company LNG contracts represent 36.8% of U.S. LNG operating capacity. We believe that U.S. consumers should be a priority over LNG customers, but LNG contracts flip the priority. They are asking Congress to protect U.S. consumers and economy, not prioritize the profits of the LNG companies. Some things are more important than in America than the profit, the bottom line for the gas companies and their lobbyists. That's why we fight for a public interest test, to make sure that public interest comes before the polluter's interest. They are asking that we oppose this bill and urge DOE to implement a policy to insulate U.S. consumers from the impacts of LNG exports. So here's what we need to do. We need to adopt this amendment. We need to defeat this bill to make sure that the public interest comes first. Public interest test is necessary. If we don't adopt this amendment and this bill is signed into law, they'll be completely gone. All of these considerations. Again, a gift to China at a time where the president has taken a chainsaw to medical innovation and our scientific enterprise, allowing the clean energy economy to be stolen away just when we were getting going with a manufacturing boom and job creation across the country, many of those jobs and factories in my colleagues' districts. If you believe what we've heard this Congress about the importance of energy to China's AI ambitions, unless you adopt this amendment and begin to advocate for a sane America First, a true America First policy, you're going to be giving it all away. And we're going to keep reminding you of it every hearing that we have, that you've sided with Chinese industrialization, the Chinese Communist Party, over the best interests, the public interests of the United States of America. I I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Or amendment on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My remarks will be short. They will mirror the sentiment of many Americans, in fact, I would say most Americans, that they're tired of Congress stumbling and bumbling. They're tired of the politicization. They're tired of all of this. Let's not confuse the public interest with the political interest, which is what we're hearing. I obviously oppose this amendment, and for the record, to make it clear, the public interest test is still alive and well in Chapter 3 of the Natural Gas Act. It is alive and well. The president has every authority. In fact, this administration has restricted shipments of ethane to countries like China this year. So when you look at the facts, it's still alive and well. The executive branch still has the opportunity to deem whether or not it is in the public interest. I oppose this amendment. Let's move at the speed of commerce. Let's get away from the political interest, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
No.
Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no.
Dr. Dunn?
Mr. Dunn votes no.
Mr. Fry?
Mr. Fry votes no.
Mrs. Kamick?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs.
Mr.
Kamick votes
Balderson?
no. Mr. Balderson is not recorded. Mr. Balderson votes no.
Anyone? Oh, Mr. Overnolte?
Mr. Obernolte is not recorded. Mr. Obernolte
James?
votes aye. Excuse me. Mr. Obernolte votes no.
Mr. James?
Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes no.
Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane?
Mr. Kane is recorded as no.
Okay. Anyone on the Democrat side? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from Virginia, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk labeled FC_HR1949_11_XML.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 1949 offered by Ms. McClellan.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, the Senate Finance Committee Republicans released their section of the big ugly bill that guts the Inflation Reduction Act energy tax credits. These tax credits are vitally important not only to economic competitiveness, but in keeping energy bills affordable for end users. And slashing them could increase Americans' utility bills by over $400 each year. The Senate version of that section creates an unfair cliff that only applies to wind and solar energy, undercutting Republican claims to support an all-of-the-above energy strategy. It imposes restrictions on power plants receiving tax credits that target embedded materials that come from foreign entities of concern, which are mainly China, but also a few other countries. And the Senate bill phases in supply chain restrictions, mandating that certain percentages of materials cannot be tied in any way to a country like China, down to every bolt and screw. Many experts have pointed out that the language is sloppy and unclear, either by design or by mistake. And in practice, it could be impossible for projects to demonstrate compliance with the restrictions, even if every critical component were made in America. And yet, the Senate Republicans think that that type of restriction is a good idea. Now, I'm not opposed to scrutinizing where we source components for energy infrastructure, but any restrictions need to be applied fairly and consistently, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if we have these foreign entities of concern standards for clean energy, they should also apply to fossil energy. Currently, the U.S. relies much more on fossil energy than clean energy, and so Republicans should be even more worried about China and other nations of concern being involved in the supply chain for the fossil energy infrastructure. So that's what this amendment addresses by applying the same foreign entity restrictions that the Senate bill puts on clean energy facilities to LNG facilities. LNG facilities would still operate if they meet the restrictions. They just wouldn't get access to the special permitting structure that the bill creates if they're owned by a foreign entity of concern or received material assistance from one in their construction or operation. So this is just simply making the same standards apply across the board. If Republicans believe that the LNG value chain from bolts to liquefaction technology to the pipelines doesn't have a trace of foreign entity of concern, then this amendment should be easy to support. If the Republicans are worried about foreign entities in the LNG value chain, then they would want to incentivize companies to reshore supply chains in America. So I'm just trying to make this language consistent across the board for both LNG and for clean energy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, my comments are going to be as brief as possible to not relitigate this as we did throughout our subcommittee markup. But this is an apples to oranges discussion. It's a completely different situation. The IRA that was estimated by CBO to be $350 billion out of our taxpayer dollars ended up being well over $1 trillion. And much of that money has gone to China in the form of paying for critical minerals, solar panels, components that go into wind and other renewable energy sources. So this is completely different when you're talking about the production of USA natural gas. I fully support what the Senate is trying to do for the entity of concern test for the IRA tax credit, and I fully support vetting those who own LNG export facilities and LNG facilities in the United States of America. And in fact, this is such a duplicative amendment, it already exists. State, Treasury, FERC, that process is not going to change. They already vet it. It's already going through a process to make sure. In fact, this LNG industry is so much more mature than what the IRA clean giveaway energy tax credits that foreign countries have claimed for far too long. Again, on the ballot on November 5th, because people were tired of seeing over $1 trillion go to countries like China. This is different. The vetting will not change. We don't have nefarious actors. And if they are nefarious and they're applying to own or be a part of an LNG facility, they won't get there because we have multiple agencies within the executive branch that are going to vet that and prevent them from owning it. So I definitely support keeping entities of concern out of the ownership of these types of facilities, but it already exists. And for that reason, I will be a no on this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady from Florida, Mrs. Kester is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, during our subcommittee, we did have a little bit of fun, however, and traded our favorite quotes from Shakespeare and Hamlet, and this Republican move has reminded me of how do I love thee? Let me count the ways, because you're blinded by what oil and gas is asking for to the detriment of the people we represent back home. You love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. It's just constant love letters from the GOP that I know many people say GOP grand oil party, but just time after time after time putting the interest of the oil and gas companies above the interests of American consumers and manufacturers. And I'm grateful for Ms. McClellan's amendment here. And I want to offer my strong support for it because for years, Republicans on this committee have cited U.S. dependence on Chinese manufactured products like solar panels or batteries to oppose our transition to the next generation economy. House Republicans have been so fixated on this issue that they voted in the dead of night in the big ugly bill to impose these foreign entity of concern provisions on many of the clean energy tax credits passed by Democrats as part of our historic clean energy and climate law in 2022. But independent analysis has shown that the House FIAC restrictions would result in a real heartache for Americans and American manufacturing. $237 billion in lost GDP, $162 billion in lost wages, and wipeout of 1.4 million American jobs. And unfortunately, as we wait for the Senate to produce some text, we do have hints that they have decided to double down on this approach, applying restrictions to all types of clean energy generation and manufacturing in their version of the big ugly bill. When Secretary of Energy Chris Wright appeared before the Energy Subcommittee this month, he said, "We don't want companies that are just pass-through entities for products from abroad." While he couldn't answer whether any specific companies that he's been involved with could meet Republicans' fiat requirements, it seemed reasonable that we would apply the same standards to all energy supply chains. So if Republicans are so proud of domestic homegrown U.S. LNG, they should have no problem supporting this amendment that simply ensures that those projects are made without parts from China and other foreign adversaries. And there was an interesting discussion with Ms. McClellan and Mr. Flugler on subsidies. You know, oil and gas, they have received massive federal subsidies for decades, more than $20 billion annually. And just one example, the intangible drilling cost reduction allows companies to deduct most costs of drilling new wells valued at $1 billion annually. The latest draft of the Republican Big Ugly Bill from the Senate Finance Committee gives another $18 billion to the oil and gas industry over the next decade. This includes reductions in royalty rates for drillers on public lands and in public waters. You know, American consumers have been subsidizing big oil and gas, providing these handouts for way too long. And now those handouts are going to directly benefit our competitors, both those manufacturing the components that build LNG export terminals and those receiving the LNG exports. If my Republican colleagues really want to secure American energy and protect our national security, they would have no problem using the foreign entity restrictions that they wrote here. That's fair. That's equitable. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. McClellan's good amendment. Now yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan. Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no.
How is Ms. Kamick reported?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? The clerk will report the results.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 1949, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bedegan? Ms. Bedegan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie?
How is Dr. Harshberger recorded?
Mrs. Harshberger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshberger votes aye.
How is Ms. Kamick recorded?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
How is Dr. Schreier reported?
Ms. Schreier is not recorded. Ms. Schreier votes no. Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is recorded as aye.
The clerk will report the roll.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there were 26 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3668 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3668, a bill to promote interagency coordination for reviewing
Without
certain...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone wish to be recognized to speak on the bill? The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 3668, the Improving Interagency Coordination for Pipeline Reviews Act. This bill would make much-needed reforms to the permitting of interstate natural gas pipelines. Development of interstate pipelines currently faces unnecessary and significant regulatory and statutory hurdles. In fact, only 5 petroleum liquid pipelines were completed in 2024, with the only interstate pipeline being a refined product pipeline. In every energy subcommittee hearing this year, as well as at the full committee's hearing examining the future of artificial intelligence, each witness has highlighted the need for additional infrastructure to meet both short and long-term energy and strategic goals. Our regulatory and statutory permitting process must reflect the urgency and importance of the projected growth in natural gas demand. Despite FERC being granted increased authority under the Energy Policy Act of 2025, pipeline project approvals are consistently delayed due to the lack of coordination between the multiple agencies involved in the permitting process. My bill would make this process more efficient by bringing stakeholders, including agencies, to the table earlier so concerns can be identified early in the process. From there, agencies participating in the permitting process would perform their analysis while complying with schedules established by FERC. It would also improve the water quality review by moving that responsibility from states to FERC. For the past decade, a few states, especially in the Northeast, have used this federally delegated Section 401 authority to obstruct interstate projects. These states have stood outside the FERC-led NEPA process and used their Section 401 authority as a one-state veto of a multi-state project of national significance. This has been detrimental to the development of critical pipeline infrastructure. Under H.R. 3668, FERC would continue to incorporate water quality and other environmental reviews in its analysis. FERC would still consider terms or conditions proposed by the states involved in the process and include any necessary to comply with the underlying statute. This process does not weaken the Clean Water Act, and it does not strip states of authorities. Environmental reviews will continue to be conducted by FERC, and states will continue to have the opportunity to raise legitimate concerns. If we want to fuel our nation forward, lower costs for consumers, win the AI race against China, and strengthen our position as an energy superpower, it is critical we have regulatory and statutory processes in place to build infrastructure in this country. This is a race we cannot lose. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3668, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word in opposition to this bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm proud to represent Louisiana, a state that has powered this nation for generations, from offshore rigs to solar fields. We know energy. We live it. We help fuel it. We help fuel America's past, and we're helping build and fuel its future. Hydrogen, wind, and solar are growing across Louisiana, not just in theory, but in practice. That's not just for jobs. It's for health, economy, and our children. But I must say, what we're seeing today, as many of these bills go through the process, including this one, it's not a roadmap to American energy leadership. It's a shortcut for special interests, a wish list for the well-connected, a threat to the environmental safeguards and communities we count on. Yes, we need permitting reform desperately. Projects take way too long. The bureaucracy too often stands in the way of progress. But let me be clear. Reform must never mean rolling back critical safety and environmental reviews, removing a state's ability to protect its residents, or arbitrarily fast-tracking favored projects. This is not reform. That's regression, and it's dangerous. Cutting red tape is smart. Cutting corners is reckless. Environmental reviews and community input are not obstacles, they're obligations. We can build faster and build smarter, but we cannot allow the pay-to-play politics we saw in the permitting provisions of the Republicans' reconciliation bill to undermine public trust and public health. If we truly believe in the free market, then every project, whether clean or conventional, must be judged on its merits, not on the size of a checkbook or the whim of the current administration. America's energy future must be balanced, resilient, and just. That means protecting workers, empowering innovation, and refusing to sacrifice communities, especially those historically left behind on the altar of expedience. I invite my Republican colleagues to join me in pursuing real bipartisan permitting reform that works for transmission, conventional energy, and renewables. Let's work together to build an energy infrastructure of the future, but let's do it in the right way. With speed, yes, but also with integrity. Taking in mind that communities that have been historically left behind are ones that don't always get the opportunity to have a seat at the table. Well, guess what? We are their people at the table fighting for them, fighting for those communities that have been marginalized, that cannot afford to let a big checkbook bypass security measures, that cannot let a big checkbook ignore the safety valves that so many of these communities depend on. Yes, we want to expedite programs, projects, and permits, but we cannot sacrifice safety. We cannot sacrifice what's important to making sure that all of those boxes are checked. We can do them quickly, we can do them efficiently, we can get rid of the bureaucracy, but we cannot shortchange the American people on safety. I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Would the gentlelady please specify the amendment?
Sure. The amendment is marked FC_HR 3668_4.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 3668, offered by Ms. Fletcher. Page 15, after line 9, insert the following. J, ensuring FERC's independence.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of her amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As co-chair of the Natural Gas Caucus, I understand the need for a clear, durable regulatory framework for natural gas infrastructure. As a Houstonian, I know many professionals in the field who call the 7th Congressional District home and who I'm proud to call my neighbors. And I know that they need regulatory certainty to provide the low-emission energy to the U.S. and to our allies abroad that we've been talking about today. As energy demands increase, as we've discussed repeatedly on this committee, natural gas will continue to play a crucial role in ensuring dependable, affordable electricity. I spoke about the need for durable permitting reform a little earlier today, so I won't repeat all of that now. But I want to talk about the bill before us and my amendment, because among its provisions, the bill before us expands the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's authority to act as the sole lead agency for coordinating the environmental review process for natural gas pipeline import and export authorizations. Congress created FERC in 1977 as a nonpartisan, independent commission tasked with carrying out fundamental functions that underpin the reliability and safety of our energy system. On February 18th of this year, President Trump issued Executive Order 14215, disingenuously titled Ensuring Accountability for All Agencies. This executive order is really an attack on independent agencies like FERC, the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. The executive order mandates that independent agencies submit, quote, all proposed and final significant regulatory actions, end quote, for White House review, and makes President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi the final arbiters on questions of how to interpret laws for the executive branch. Just yesterday, Axios reported that the White House and DOJ are examining how to further exert influence over FERC and quoted former FERC Chair Neil Chatterjee as being worried about Trump politicizing FERC. Earlier this month, the White House indicated it would refuse to renominate Chairman Mark Christie, who has been a staunch defender of FERC's independence, coming just weeks after the White House improperly forced out Commissioner Willie Phillips. We can't allow political influence to degrade FERC's operations at this critical moment for our energy security. If adopted, my amendment would prevent this legislation from going into effect until President Trump rescinds his executive order taking power from independent agencies. Subjecting FERC to political interference from President Trump or any other president severely damages their ability to protect ratepayers and to ensure that we can meet growing energy demand. Several FERC commissioners have spoken out about the dangers of this executive order, including former Commissioner Nora Meade Brownwell, who President Bush appointed, who said, and I'm quoting, "This administration seems to be putting itself in the place of laws passed by Congress and precedents set by the courts establishing FERC independence. That's unhealthy, unwarranted, and unprecedented, and it will lead to a great degree of uncertainty and bad decisions." President Trump's own former FERC appointee, Allison Clements, said the executive order is, quote, flatly and plainly illegal, and it will not be held up in court. Joseph Kelleher, also a President Bush appointee, warned that OMB does not have the capacity or the expertise to review the roughly 1,500 decisions FERC issues annually. In March, the Energy Subcommittee held a hearing with regional grid operators to discuss reliability and increasing energy demand, and every single witness went on the record to say that a more politicized FERC would make it harder for them to do their jobs. We need to listen to these experts, and we need to reject this dangerous executive order. This executive order is yet another example of President Trump's agenda to consolidate power, ignoring the cost to American safety and security, and undermining the democratic principles of representative government. Of the people in this room who are here today and those who created FERC nearly 50 years ago with the clear intent to shield independent agencies from political influence. It took an act of Congress to create FERC, and the authority to change its operations lies within Congress too, not the White House. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment, ensuring FERC's independence, to ensure that FERC's decisions are free from political influence, a topic that we seem to have had agreement on earlier today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my colleague from Texas talking about the need. I believe she's sincere that we do need to meet the energy demand in this country. I appreciate the comments from my friend from Louisiana when he talked about the need to cut red tape, but also making sure that, quote, people with big checkbooks don't get to skirt the environmental process. I agree completely. I oppose this amendment, though, because it would prohibit the bill from going into effect until Executive Order 14215 is rescinded. Well, this executive order required all rulemakings, including from independent agencies, to be consistent with the policies of the president. Well, this amendment has nothing to do with the underlying legislation, and the executive order is well within the authority of the president and the executive branch. This legislation does not require any rulemakings, so the amendment doesn't really apply. Instead, this legislation streamlines the permitting of energy infrastructure and clarifies that FERC is the lead agency for NEPA for natural gas pipelines. The concern was raised earlier that there would be no environmental protections, but the language of my legislation preserves the authority of states to raise legitimate water quality concerns, but prevents states from using water quality concerns as a pretext to block projects. The language has no effect on NEPA or any other environmental laws. As part of FERC's 7C process, applicants are required to supply FERC with a thorough analysis of the project's impact on water bodies and quality. NEPA requires FERC to extensively consider these impacts, and the Natural Gas Act authorizes FERC to include mitigation conditions in certificates to reduce project impacts, including on water quality. Applicants often propose mitigation measures in their applications to minimize project impacts. FERC analyzes water quality impacts as part of the NEPA process, imposes mitigation measures as necessary, and is able to adequately respond to those concerns as part of the Natural Gas Act and NEPA review process. There are plenty of, as my colleague from Louisiana said, boxes to check to prove that we're not impacting the water quality. All my legislation says is, in addition to checking all these boxes, one state shouldn't have the ability to veto an interstate project of national importance. So I share my colleagues' concerns that we need to make sure any project doesn't impact the water quality anywhere in this country. We need to preserve the ability of states to raise concerns, to provide information to FERC as they make their decisions. But there's a very long, very thorough, very detailed process set up in NEPA and the Natural Gas Act. And FERC, I have every confidence in FERC to act independently to follow this process. All we're trying to do is cut red tape. We're not taking away any protections. And I would ask my colleagues to please support this so that we can meet those energy needs now and in the future. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you. I have to disagree with the gentleman from North Carolina, though, and support Representative Fletcher's amendment. Look, what your legislation does, Mr. Hudson, is to expand FERC's authority to act as the sole lead agency for coordinating environmental review. It creates a 90-day deadline for FERC and other federal agencies to take action on pipelines or LNG facility permits after the conclusion of the NEPA process. It removes the state's ability to determine whether or not a proposed gas pipeline complied with their clean water laws. I mean, the bottom line is it's giving FERC all these additional powers, taking it away from other federal agencies and from the states. And the point, I think, of the gentlewoman from Texas's amendment is that if you buy into this idea under the president's executive order that he has all the power to make all these decisions, then there's no independence on FERC's part to carry out what the gentleman from North Carolina's legislation seeks to accomplish. And that, to me, is a very dangerous thing. I think that look, I couldn't agree more with the point that the gentleman from Texas is making. This committee has to have a broad discussion about the White House's attack on these independent regulatory agencies. I'm gravely concerned about the attacks on the independence of FERC, but they're far from the only commission under attack. The Trump administration has moved swiftly to gut the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in direct violation of the Bipartisan Advance Act that we spent so much time on in this committee last year. Yet we sit here with DOJ and the president thinking that they know better than an NRC commissioner originally nominated by the president and how to make a nuclear reactor safe. I mean, if you guys think that the president himself or the people that work at the White House have the expertise that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has, or that the commissioners have that he's getting rid of, I think you're just kidding yourself. They don't have that expertise. And that's even without getting into the illegal firings of commissioners at the FTC, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, or meddling that the administration has done at the Chemical Safety Board, or the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or the Federal Communications Commission. All of these are under attack, and committee Republicans are sitting on the hands watching as Trump and DOJ dismantle these regulatory bodies that many of us have spent our careers working on to empower and protect because we think they have the expertise that the White House doesn't have. These agencies keep Americans safe and keep companies from price gouging Americans. I hate to think what would happen if Republicans don't fight back against the Trump administration dismantling of them. That's what's going on here. The gentlelady from Texas is right. How on earth are we supposed to pass laws further empowering FERC when the White House is overriding FERC independence every day and declined to renominate a Republican chair who happened to be too protective of the agency's independence and the White House's opinion? So I'm sorry, I don't trust President Trump or anyone in the White House to know how to set electricity rates or approve oil pipeline prices or regulate gas pipelines. They don't have that expertise. They have no experience on how to do these things. The commissioners and the staff at FERC do. That's why they're independent agencies. But only if we let them do their job. If we don't, and that's what's happening. The amendment would get us back on track by refusing to let the law go into effect until the White House retreats from its illegal assaults on independent commissions. It's a matter of congressional authority. It should be easy for everyone to get on board with this amendment, or at least for everyone who's willing to admit that President Trump can occasionally do wrong. I mean, maybe you think he's godlike, but if you really think that he has the ability to substitute his opinion for these regulatory agencies, I mean, that makes no sense to me. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. I think Representative Fletcher makes a good point, and it's not about President Trump. It's about any president. I think if we took away FERC's independence and they were subject to President Biden's pause in natural gas, I think that would upset Republicans in much the same way as we're concerned over on this side about upsetting the other side of the apple cart. So I think part of what permit reform ultimately will depend on is our confidence in the independence of these agencies. And I think all members of Congress should stand behind that because we don't want the politics of a president to be interfering with the laws that we set out. So I think this is a good amendment. I actually think probably you get Texas Democrats to vote for this bill if you would accept the amendment. Maybe that won't happen today. But I'll also just say, to be fair, that I actually think that Mr. Hudson has done a good job with this as far as it goes, dealing with constraints on linear infrastructure. But any big permitting deal is going to have to deal with transmission. And if we could find a way to give the same treatment of overhead power lines, linear infrastructure, as we do for pipelines, I think we would really have a lot more progress than we're going to have today. So I would not support this without dealing with the other linear infrastructure that really cries out for permanent reform, which is high voltage interregional transmission, and look forward to working together on that in the future. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. There's no further discussion on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obenalty. Mr. Obenalty votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Deget. Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedigan. Ms. Bedigan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no.
How is Ms. Kamick reported?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? clerk will report the results.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled FC_HR 3668_18.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3668, offered by Mr. Menendez. Page 15, after line 9, insert the following. J, ensuring pipeline security.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot about gas pipelines this Congress, how Republicans think we need to build more of them, how they and the administration want to override states' rights to apply their own clean water laws to the pipelines, and how they think companies should be able to pay $10 million to automatically have their pipeline permits approved. But what we haven't heard about is safety. I'm frankly shocked that, especially given that Congress is nearly 2 years past due on reauthorizing the pipeline safety activities of the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, and that's crazy to me, and it's concerning. We are 2 years overdue on reauthorizing pipeline safety, and Republicans are just talking about adding more pipelines rather than anything relating to those pipelines' safety. And unfortunately, there's a lot to talk about. Federal enforcement of pipeline safety fell to record lows in the first months of the Trump administration. For the first time in PHMSA's history, in March, it initiated 0 enforcement actions. 0, none. And I don't think any of us here believe that's because there is nothing to enforce. It's because the Trump administration is once again turning a blind eye to any bad behavior by fossil fuel companies. And in case any of my Republican colleagues doubt those stats, I'd like to insert an article into the record discussing them, titled "Pipeline Enforcement Plunges in Trump's First Months."
Without objection.
Thank you. And it gets worse. DOJ forced out the top career pipeline safety official and hasn't given any public indication of how many other PHMSA employees they forced out, all while the Senate has taken 0 action on the proposed PHMSA head's nomination. Last January, the Biden administration submitted a final rule for a leak detection regulation required by the last reauthorization legislation, a law that President Trump himself signed. But on his very first day in office, Trump told the Federal Register not to publish the rule, and it's been in limbo ever since. And our pipelines aren't getting any safer. Just last week, PHMSA rescinded its guidelines for how pipelines should comply with another provision of the most recent authorization relating to inspection and maintenance plans, leaving everyone in limbo. The Trump administration is simply committed to not complying with the law on pipeline safety, and this committee apparently has 0 interest in holding him to account. And this is a serious issue and has real impacts on all of our communities. Last year, there were 13 fatalities in pipeline incidences across the nation. In April, the Keystone Pipeline in North Dakota sprung a leak, causing a serious safety issue. 5 years ago, a rupture in a carbon dioxide pipeline in Mississippi sent 45 people to the hospital. And just to give that additional color, before everybody gets to turn their head to the issue, I want to read from this article that describes that incident in Mississippi. An individual's first thought was a pipeline explosion. He didn't know what was filling the air, but he called his mom, Thelma Brown, to warn her to get inside. He told her he was coming. Brown gathered her young grandchildren and great-grandchildren she was watching, took them into her back bedroom, and got them under the quilt with them, and waited. Quote, "They didn't come," Brown says. 10 minutes. I knew they would have been here in 5 minutes, but they didn't come. Little did she know her sons and nephew were just down the road in the Cadillac, unconscious, victims of a mass poisoning from a carbon dioxide pipeline rupture. As the carbon dioxide moved through the rural community, more than 200 people evacuated, and at least 45 people were hospitalized. Cars stopped working, hobbling emergency response. People lay on the ground, shaking and unable to breathe. First responders didn't know what was going on. Quote, "It looked like you were going through the zombie apocalypse," end quote. Needless to say, we've got to get this right. Mr. Chairman, the pipeline safety authorization expired 633 days ago. This committee has yet to do anything this Congress to do its duty and kickstart the reauthorization process. Not a hearing, not a draft bill, nothing. We can't talk about making it easier to build pipelines until we are confident that they are actually safe. My amendment is simple. It would pause enforcement of this bill until we reauthorize PHMSA's pipeline safety activities for fiscal year 2026. That's it. It's just saying in order for this bill to take effect, we have to do our jobs. That shouldn't be too hard for any of us. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you very much. I wish to speak in opposition to this amendment. It's more, I see it really as nothing more than a delay tactic at this point. It would prevent H.R. 3668 from taking effect until Congress reauthorizes PHMSA safety activities. Listen, I'm glad to see my Democrat colleagues' change of heart on PHMSA reauthorization, because last Congress, none of my colleagues supported, on the other side of the aisle, voted for our legislation to reauthorize PHMSA. But if my colleagues are willing to work with me, I would love to work towards a bipartisan PHMSA reauthorization to make sure that we keep our nation's pipeline infrastructure updated and safe. It's past time, and I ask my colleagues, please, let's come together. Let's try to do this in a bipartisan way. I think we can find the path to do it. I think both sides have tried to do it alone. The other side in 2020, we tried last year. Let's try something new and let's work together. I'd invite my colleague who offered the amendment. I'd love to begin discussions with you and see if we can come to some common ground. I agree with you. Pipeline safety is vitally important, and I think there's some important work to be done in this reauthorization. I think it'd be great if we could do it together. But I urge my colleagues to vote a no on this amendment, because this is not the right place to have this played out. But I look forward to having discussions in the future and yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
It is important that we talk about the consequences of this bill for everyday people. This bill strips states of their authority under the Clean Water Act to stop projects that harm water quality. That puts my constituents and communities across the country at serious risk. This is about clean water, one of the most important foundations of public health. Yesterday, with the limited time he would give us, Secretary Kennedy sat there and told us environmental factors impact health. And my Republican colleagues agreed with him, but your actions don't match your words. The Secretary's own MAHA report identified the aggregation of environmental chemicals as a driver of chronic diseases and obesity, particularly among children. Then the NIH terminated grants for public drinking water contaminants and infant health, pesticide exposure and child respiratory health, exposure to metals and metal mixtures on late life cognitive health, and more. And here you are pushing a bill that guts the Clean Water Act, doubling down on a strategy that will make kids sick. Sadly, this is nothing new, and it's an astounding hypocrisy. In California, we understand just how essential clean water is. It fuels our communities, powers our economy, and grows the fresh produce that ends up on the kitchen tables across the country. Clean water is not something we take for granted. We spent decades managing our water responsibly, and we're not about to let Republicans undermine that. I urge my colleagues to stop undermining public health protections and oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
No.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedigan. Ms. Bedigan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. No. Mr. Latta votes no.
How's Mr. Griffith recorded?
Mr. Griffith is not recorded.
How's Mr. Pfluger reported?
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Pfluger is not recorded. Mr.
How is
Pfluger
Ms.
votes
Houchin
no.
recorded?
Mrs. Houchin is not recorded. Mrs. Houchin votes no.
Does anyone else wish to be recorded? The clerk will call the roll. Will report the roll.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 3668. Roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bettergon. Ms. Bettergon votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss not recorded. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
How is Mrs. Kamick reported?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
How is Ms. Trahan reported?
Ms. Trahan is not recorded. Ms. Trahan votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Joyce, on that vote, there were 27 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today, so ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.